whatever mechanism that you can implement.
Hello, Mayor.
Okay, we ready to go?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
All right, I'll see you in a few minutes.
Okay.
Test, test.
Test, test, test.
Okay, looks like we have a quorum, right, Madam City Clerk?
Yes,
Okay, welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates. Okay, I see that he's present, but Councilmember Jimenez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson. Is absent. Councilmember Martinez. Is absent. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here,
And let me
And
go
I'm,
back to
I'm also here.
Councilmember Bates is present.
Yes, here.
Okay,
Present.
thank you.
okay, you want to list the closed session items?
Closed session items, the council will discuss include conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, San Francisco Baykeeper and West County Toxics Coalition versus City of Richmond. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, there's one case. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant threat of litigation. There's one case. In conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time unit, SEIU Local 1021 part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management unit, IFPTE Local 21 executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Officers Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA.
Okay, I assume you have people for public comment.
There's one hand raised, and if you are commenting on any of well, comments are limited to the items I've just read into the record for closed session. So if you want to comment on any of those items, please raise your hand right now. And Ursula, go ahead and call the speakers.
Yes, we have 3 speakers, and you will each have up to 2 minutes to address the city council. Yendo, Kay Tisdale, and Gregory Everett. Yendo. Yen. Can you please unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hello, members of the council. My name is Yen Do. I am union staff field representative of SEIU Local 10 to 1, representing your incredible service workers at the city of Richmond. I want to start out by giving a huge shout out to the workers for keeping city services functioning even through a year-long pandemic and at their level best of their abilities. Today, as we approach for reopener, the public services is needed more than ever. Our elders, our youth, our residents as a whole have suffered enough. And now it's time to get back to basics and provide superb public services provided by your superb city workers. What I need from the members of the council is to recognize them for their worth, not only by just saying thank you and patting them on the back, but to finally giving them the raises in which they all deserve, especially when going years without increases that are consistent. It's been quite some time now, and we would like to change that spectrum to be more consistent. And as a reminder, the union and our partnership, we have assisted the city in passing not only one, but also 2 local measures to bring new revenue into the city. And my expectation as the union representative is that we put those funds that we helped pass to bring in to help you to have some additional revenue is to put that money aside and to give it to the workers and give them the raise that they deserve, not only now, but for years to come. Your budget proposal is a reflection of your priorities. I need you to make our members, your workers, your dedicated staff a priority. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Tisdale.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. The proposal that the city most recently presented proposes cutting the pay for the average SEIU worker for the first part of the contract by offering less than it is expecting back in contributions. The average worker only makes approximately $66,000. For me, it's shocking that the city, which has record high reserve levels, which last week discussed spending over $15 million in unexpected monies to close out the year, but they still cannot meet the basic needs of the employees. Also last week, the city changed the financial policy, the 4% vacancy savings, which they admitted caused stress on employees. Well, there's a lot of things that are stressful to the employees, including not having a raise, a general cost of living raise or any kind of increase for 6 years. Your community workers, your service workers are trying to survive. So here's my story. Single income, married in the Bay Area, have 2 small children. Last year, I had to spend $4,000 out of pocket for baby formula alone, just for my daughter's sensitivities to milk. So, not having an increase in the Bay Area, it is very difficult. If sometimes don't know how you make it. But this is my story, and my members all have similar stories. And are, they're faithful, they're steadfast, they come to work every day, to serve the community, but without a reasonable increase, putting food on the table or paying the rent is going to be a choice that many members are going to have to make or are already making. Generally, you may hear union leaders tell you what we won't do. In some cases, we won't do this, we won't do that. In this case, I'm telling you what we simply cannot afford to do. And in my eyes, there's a big difference. So please look at our proposal with sincerity, and we look forward to speaking with you. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gregory Everett.
You guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Gregory Everett, chapter president, SEIU 10 to 1. And I feel very disrespected. We haven't had a COLA in 6 years. And it seems like every time that the city offers a raise, they find a way to take it back. Your last proposal to me was very, trying to put it nicely, very low ballish. There was a raise there, but you, like I said, you find a way to take it back to keep us down. To me, you're not bargaining in good faith, and I'm frustrated and tired of disrespect. We are the workers who love our jobs and love our city, and all we ask for if this is for the city, the council, to show us the same love and respect. With that said, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
Okay, we are now adjourned to closed session.
Eduardo and Nat, they're in the closed session. The council is in the closed session.
All right,
We're still-
I'll
we're
go
in
out.
session.
I go out and come back in.
Hello, can anybody hear me? Yes, not.
Hey, Bruce, we hear you.
Okay, just checking.
Bless you, Bruce.
Thank you.
We are live on YouTube, by the way.
Yeah, I just muted myself. Thanks for reminding me.
Hi, to the public speaker, Lasario. Is this Fred? Your microphone is open. Hi, I'm trying to reach Lasario. Lasario, are you Fred? Macio Lasario, are you Fred Lasario?
Hello?
Are you Fred?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I was just wondering, is this Fred Lasario?
Yes, it is. This is Fred.
Okay, you have another name there. So I just wanted to make sure. You got Macio or something like that.
Oh, I'm on a different Zoom meeting altogether. Is
All right.
this oh, this is Fred. That's my son. Yeah, he's on a soccer team Snapchat. Sorry about that.
So Fred, this is you, Fred. I'm going to bring you into the meeting.
Say that again.
This is Fred.
This is Fred. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to bring you into the meeting.
Okay.
Jason, are you there? JC, do not hang up. Do not hang up, JC. Can you talk? JC, can you hear me? To everybody out there watching on Zoom, the city council is still in a closed session. City council is still in a closed session. JC, are you there? Your microphone's unmuted. JC. JC, can you hear me? JC,
Yes, I'm here finally.
don't hang up. Your audio is live.
Testing Jim Nantel's audio.
We can hear you, Jim.
Thank you.
Yeah, JC, you're here, so don't hang up.
I'm not.
All right. I'm gonna mute your audio for right now. I will turn it on when the meeting starts. We're still in closed session. The council is still in closed session.
Richard?
Mr. Richard?
One quick announcement to the public. The next meeting will be the Richmond Housing Authority. And please lower your hands until the mayor calls the items you wish to speak on. Thank you.
Yes, 73 attendees so far. Nice.
Melvin.
Let's see, Claudia, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, and I see Melvin, Demlis, are you here? Matt, yeah, okay, we got a quorum. Okay, welcome everyone to the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. Would you call the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Commissioner Bates,
Present.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Chair Johnson,
Here.
Commissioner Martinez. Commissioner Martinez. Absent. Commissioner McLaughlin.
Sorry, I was on mute. Here.
Commissioner Willis,
Here.
Chair Butt,
Here.
and Lieutenant Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you run the public comment instructional video, please?
Yes. KCRT.
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The Mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom, en conformidad con las secciones de la orden ejecutiva del gobernador N-2920, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar estrella 9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la secretaria municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, now remember, we're in the Housing Authority meeting. Are there any conflicts of interest? Hearing none, we'll move to a report from the Executive Director.
Good evening. Just have a few updates today. We finally have come to an end with Hacienda. We had a virtual groundbreaking on May 26th. It was really, really nice, well attended, and everyone is really excited. We also closed on the sale of the property, and I just want to thank everyone that participated over the last 5-6 years in bringing this project to fruition. I want to thank the Mayor, City Council, past and present, City Manager Laura Snyman, Shasha Curl, Gabino, Arredondo, everybody that participated, the City Attorney's Office. Thank you so much. This is really an exciting time, and look forward to seeing you at an groundbreaking opening in 2022. Next slide, please. Last weekend, there was a neighborhood cleanup provided by the abatement team. I heard it was very, very successful. They cleaned up yards and yards and number of items that were dumped in or around the Coronado neighborhood. The abatement team hosted and coordinated that event. Thank you very much. And that's all I have to report. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next item is agenda review. Anybody
Quick
want to?
question?
Yes,
Can I
go ahead.
report? Thank you. No, thanks for the report. I was curious after seeing that done in Eastern Village, if you had any plan on doing that at any of the other locations like Triangle Court, Pullman Point, Crescent Park, and Monterey Pines, and the others I haven't mentioned.
So thank you very much. What typically happens is the property managers work with the abatement team and other departments in the city of Richmond to coordinate cleanup days. I have been involved in the past with the Triangle Court, Friendship Manor property manager, and made a suggestion to do something of this kind in their neighborhood as well. But it's a collaboration between not just the property, but the whole entire neighborhood's coordinated event.
Okay, last quick thing. I seen the vice mayor raise his hand. I just wanted to say, if there's any way, depending on capacity, to like reach out and offer if they want to coordinate, if you haven't already done that. I just wanted to encourage that to happen. That's all.
Certainly.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for that report, Director Beecham. I was just wondering, and I'm not sure if we can go too much into it because it's not on tonight's agenda. Where are we in the redevelopment process of Nystrom Village? If either you or Deputy City Manager Curl can comment on that if possible.
Yes, sir. So we are very, very close to getting on calendar to come with recommendations to the council. Close, I mean, next month is the proposed date. And so we're finalizing a few items because we want to bring you complete information and accurate information. And we hope to come to you all next month. And I don't know if Shasha would like to add to that.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. So we're proposing in the next fiscal year budget to offer additional cleanups throughout Richmond, but more specifically, since the city is the property owner and the housing authority at Nystrom, we have a different relationship with the landlord-tenant relationship there since we're the property owner. And so we can certainly work with our abatement team and encourage them to coordinate with the other affordable housing developments throughout the city and with Republic Services to offer more neighborhood cleanups. But we do have that relationship here at Nystrom where we're the landlord as well as at Nevin. And so we can, it's our responsibility as the landlord to try to provide those services directly to the residents. That's how we've been approaching it, given the amount of blight. And so we can encourage our nonprofit partners. They're the landlords at those other communities that there's 26 of those sites throughout Richmond. And we can certainly coordinate and ask those 26 affordable development sites, or plus or minus a few, to work with us in a more collaborative manner as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
We've already awarded a contract for the construction of the hacienda. Is that accurate?
Yes, yes. Mercy and CHDC are development partners. They have already started the rehabilitation of that project.
Can you provide this council the name of the major developer and the number of subcontractors and how many of them may or may not be minority women, Richmond businesses?
I don't have that information readily available to me tonight, but I will provide it to you in the future.
Okay, not just me, but to the full council.
Yes.
And I applaud your efforts in terms of cleaning up the Coronado area. And I'm just curious as why we can't work with these neighborhood councils to do the same thing throughout the city. So I know this is a housing authority agenda, but this is something that this city should consider and assisting in cleaning up this city. So thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bates, we can work with the Public Works Director, Joe Leach, and Hugo, the abatement superintendent, and provide the neighborhood cleanup schedule to the entire council so you're aware of what they're working on. Okay, yeah. We'll do that.
Well, a good idea would go before the core neighborhood council and set up a schedule so that you can work with all of the neighborhood councils, especially if do a survey and find out those areas that are a lot dirtier than others. And therefore we can hopefully do a more efficient job of cleanup. So thank you. That'd be a good idea.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is Housing Authority consent calendar. Anybody want to take anything off the consent calendar? I think we're supposed to call for public speakers. Are there any public speakers who want to speak about anything on the consent calendar?
And nothing was pulled off the consent, so there are no speakers.
Okay. So we have a motion on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Okay, motion.
I
by
second.
Thompson, second by
Martinez.
Martinez. Thank you. Okay, call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez. Commissioner
Yes.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez,
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Willis,
Yes.
Chair Butt,
Yes.
and Tenant Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
The
you.
Housing Authority meeting is now adjourned. We're moving to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll again, please?
Yes. Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin, Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here, sorry.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here. Next item is agenda review. Are there any changes to the agenda anybody wants to ask for at this time? City Clerk?
Yes, we have a request to remove item G25 by the public.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Aren't we supposed to ask for a conflict of interest before agenda review?
I think yeah, you're right. Okay, anybody have a conflict of interest? I don't see any. Okay, going back to agenda review, we removed item G25 from the consent calendar. Councilmember Martinez?
Yes, I'd like to pull G13.
From the consent calendar.
Yes.
Okay. And I am going to remove G26 from the agenda.
G26.
Not from the consent calendar. I'm going to remove it from the agenda. Let's see, item G13, you said.
Was staff consulted on G13?
Can we get a reason why you're removing it from the agenda, Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Because I'm the mayor and I put the item on and I can take it off.
That's good enough for me.
Mayor, which item were you removing from the agenda, withdrawing from the agenda?
Item
Sorry.
20 G26.
Okay, I'm sorry. So it's withdrawn.
Withdrawn, right.
They say that's your prerogative.
And back to item G13, I'm just wondering if
The
staff was
question was,
consulted.
did you talk to staff, Councilmember Martinez?
I did not have the opportunity.
Okay, well, according to our rules, you can't remove it if you didn't talk to staff. Okay, any other items? Okay, let's move on.
I'd like to be put on the
Open forum?
yeah, public forum.
Right.
Okay, fair enough. Next item is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
There were no final decisions made in closed session. Thank you.
Next item is report from the city manager.
Good evening. We have two sets of graduations happening here from city programs that I'm proud to announce that are happening this week. One is the LEAP program, the Literacy for Every Adult. 25 Richmond residents are obtaining their GED or high school diploma. After some effort, it's a customized program, folks, to get folks to help them again graduate. We also are having our Richmond Youth Build graduation later this week. It's training cohort number 35, and we had 8 folks who are going to be graduating from that, and the first time we've been able to do the youth build graduation in several years. The next cohort is happening in July if folks want to apply for that program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item is open forum for public comment.
Hey, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
personal privilege. I don't know how often I have to request this to the city manager. But I'm requesting it again. I would like for each week, the police chief to come forward and give us an update of the criminal activities during the week. That should be a routine informational for not only the council, but for the general public. So may I respectfully request the chief to give us an update for the past week's activities within her department. Thank you.
Councilor Bates, I don't think we can put that on tonight's agenda, but you can ask that it be put on every agenda from now on. I think.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Oh, a report of officers represent a report from any officer within the city. That includes the city clerk, city attorney, city manager, and of course, the police chief. If they have no report, no problem. But that's what I asked the city manager previously to do. And if you feel as though I have to put it on the agenda, I'll do it. But as a personal courtesy to a council member, a request that would take less than what we're discussing it about, that should be an opportunity for this community and public and this council to know what is going on within our city.
Well, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just suggesting there's 2 different ways to do it. One is the police chief can report under reports of officers, which is item J, or you could ask that it be added to every agenda from now on and it'll be done.
Well,
so the chief of police could report tonight under reports of officers, but it'll have to wait till that item comes up.
You know the protocol as well as I do. And you know that when I agenda an item, it opens it up for others to come in and discuss it. I'm not interested in hearing anyone but the chief. And that's why I requested it under reports from officers. So if you use your own judgment, and I'll adhere to it.
Okay, thank you. If the city attorney has any other suggestions how to do this, I would solicit them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would say that if there is a very brief, something that the chief is prepared that she can give as either part of the city manager's report that's very brief, we could do that. My recollection, and perhaps I'm not remembering this correct, Councilmember Bates, is that your request was, I believe, every 2 weeks. And so I'm not sure where we are in that. And perhaps my memory is not accurate on that. So for what it's worth, I think it was a request every 2 weeks. And I'm not sure if that would put us at next week. But we can do a very, very brief something if the chief is prepared. Otherwise, my suggestion is that we go ahead and add it to the agenda for next week where she can give you a report that would cover the period since the last time, if that's something you're interested in.
What's your pleasure, Councilmember Bates?
My pleasure is the same as I requested before. A brief summary from the chief as it relates to the activities within the last week. She's already given us a report what happened 2 weeks ago. So I'd like to know what's going on. And the public may also want to know what's going on for the last week.
Well, okay, if the city attorney says we can hear from the chief, then
as we discussed, Mr. Mayor, she could have provided a report and we've been finished with it.
So we would just need, it's not on the agenda, so we would just need to keep a very high level, very brief, very quick. Otherwise, we would need to just wait until it's agendized. So I don't know if the chief is available. I leave that to the city manager and the chief.
Councilor McLaughlin, you look like you had something to say. Your hand's up.
I just was signing up for open forum. I already talked to the city clerk. I would like to go first so I could read the Juneteenth proclamation.
Okay. All right. So we're going to hear from the police. I see Chief French here. You want to make a short report to us?
One moment, Mr. Mayor. Vice Mayor Ben Johnson has his hand raised for a long time.
Oh, no, I appreciate that, Councilmember Jimenez, but my hand is also raised for open forum. I wanted to speak on item G24 as well, the Juneteenth proclamation. But I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. So Chief French, you have a short report?
Very brief. So we did have one homicide last week. That was on June 9th. That was on the 3000 block of Shane Drive. A 37-year-old male was shot to death in a shooting with a lot of rounds fired, and we do not have a suspect at this point. We did put extra officers out over the weekend, and we did not have any shootings over the weekend in our city. However, we've had reports that there were shootings in Vallejo and Concord over the weekend that involved individuals from Richmond.
Okay, thank you. Now, can we move to the next item, which is the open forum for public comment?
Yes. Open forum is an opportunity for individuals to give comments on items that remain on consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. If you wish to speak on any budget items, please wait for those items to be called. Okay, and we're gonna let Ursula call for the speakers.
Yes, the speakers are Councilmember McLaughlin, Councilmember Martinez, Vice Mayor Johnson, Mark Wasberg, Andres Soto, Katrinka Ruck, Naomi Williams, Richmond Main Street, Samsung Galaxy S8, and Deborah Bayer. Please be prepared to speak when your name is called, and you will have up to 2 minutes to address the City Council. The first speaker is Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you, City Clerk. I'm happy to read the proclamation honoring Juneteenth 2021. Whereas Juneteenth is a holiday that celebrates Emancipation Proclamation signed by President Abraham Lincoln in January of 1863 to abolish slavery in the United States. And whereas the name Juneteenth is used to combine the word June and 19th, because the word of the abolishment of slavery did not reach Texas and other southwestern states until June 19, 1865. And whereas the origin of the holiday is said to have started in Texas and moved with Texans who migrated to states across the country, bringing with them the tradition of the celebration. Whereas the city of Richmond has celebrated Juneteenth annually for many years. And due to the coronavirus pandemic, Richmond will celebrate Juneteenth by holding a caravan from the North Richmond Missionary Baptist Church to John F. Kennedy High on Saturday, June 19th, followed by a rally. Whereas Richmond's African-American community has a long and rich history and culture that has made and continues to make contributions to the ongoing transformation of Richmond. And whereas in celebration of Juneteenth, cities across the country, people of all races, nationalities, and religions are joining together to acknowledge a period of our history that shaped and continues to influence our society today. And whereas our nation continues to grapple with the challenge of racism in America, it is imperative that we acknowledge the truth, reject racism, and celebrate our African-American communities and their cultural contributions, whereas Juneteenth celebrates African-American freedom, evolution, and achievement while encouraging continuous self-development and respect for all cultures. Therefore, be it resolved that the city of Richmond does hereby honor Juneteenth and invites all residents to join the caravan and rally on Saturday, June 19th, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, I had wanted to pull item G13 because it makes amendments to various on-call professional services and contracts. I realize that staff needs a higher fiscal threshold in order to do the work. But one thing that we lose in that is the transparency and updates that we get when the items are brought before the city council. So to mitigate the lack of to mitigate the transparency that we lose by not having to come to council every time they spend $10,000, I was hoping to make an amendment to list the contracts and list the work being done and RFPs to Transparent Richmond, so that not only the city council, but also the residents of the city would be able to see the work being done as it's being done, so that we can see how our money is being spent in the city of Richmond. I think it's something that would also open the eyes of what it takes to run a city to the residents every time they went to Transparent Richmond to see all the work that was being done. So I guess I'll have to make an addendum at a later time to do this, but I think it's essential that that everything is transparent. So thank you, and go Juneteenth.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes, as mentioned, I wanted to speak on item G24, the Juneteenth Proclamation as well. Juneteenth is one of 22 freedom celebrations highlighting the end of African-American enslavement in the United States. The proclamation by local, state, and federal jurisdictions are one of many Juneteenth/freedom rituals, and I'm proud to be a part of it. I wrote a 5-page essay on Juneteenth and other freedom celebrations that'll be made available upon request. And as Councilmember McLaughlin mentioned, this Saturday at 10 a.m., North Richmond Missionary Baptist Church, the Juneteenth Caravan, starting at 10 a.m. this Saturday at North Richmond Missionary Baptist Church and ending at Kennedy High School with a short rally, and we'd love to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
You hear me?
Yes.
Mark Wasberg, Richmond. First of all, Juneteenth is not a national holiday because Congress has never approved it. So now let's get to the crime statistics on McLaughlin's 75% reduction in homicides. 2004, 38, 2005, 42, 2006, 45, 2007, 47, 2008, 27, 2009, 47, 2010, 21. Does that sound like a 75% crime reduction, McLaughlin? You turned down the state of emergency in 2005. No, 2005, yes. And you was in Tent City in 2006. Does that sound like a 75 reduction in homicides? Does it, McLaughlin? And we'll see what else I got here and all the lies that you've been saying. Was it 2004? I forgot my notes, darn it. But anyway, we all know what was going on during that time. And McLaughlin has the nerve to sit there and say that there was a homicide reduction when she was mayor. What about the crime summit, state of emergency, Tent City, Operation Richmond? You're going to tell me that it's a 75% crime reduction? You even was out there at Tent City protesting against the violence. You turned down the state of emergency in 2005 when people were crying for help, but you turned it down. And then you just keep on lying and lying and lying. It's just unbelievable you believe your own pathological lies. It's just amazing how people can be so dumb sitting there believing you this. So once you just tell the people the truth that you're a liar, and you know during when you was mayor that the homicide rate was quadrupling and you did nothing. Even the ONS did nothing.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Andres Soto.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Andres Soto. There's a classic Humphrey Bogart film from 1954 titled The Caine Mutiny. The story of an autocratic, paranoid U.S. Navy captain whose crew mutinies after suffering his abuse. This type of character has expressed itself in real life by people like former presidents Richard Nixon and Donald Trump. Here in Richmond, we have our own version in Mayor Tom Butt. With his blog, the so-called E-Forum, he has been targeting the Richmond Progressive Alliance ever since the 2014 election, where the RPA helped him get elected, and then he reneged on a deal to fill his vacancy with an RPA member. Lately, he's targeted me, Tamisha Walker, for our leadership on the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. I wear these attacks as a badge of honor for my effectiveness. Today, in his latest whining session, he has added the Chacon brothers, Luis and Eddie. Felicidades, carnales. He claims we are out-of-towners with no business advising the city of Richmond on police issues. I lived in Richmond and San Pablo for 58 years, much longer than Mr. Butt has been in town, and I've made significant contributions to improve Richmond over the years. Mr. Butt, on the other hand, arrived after he participated in the racist and genocidal war against the Vietnamese people, which he seems proud of, and brought the same colonial racist perspective to his work in Richmond. His backroom deals on the casino proposal, the Chevron modernization project, the Point Melody development project, and most recently with the shop-offs on the development at AstraZeneca toxic waste dump are examples of this. Mr. Butt's childish diatribes reflect his attitude towards advocates of democracy and transparency and a paradigm shift of power in Richmond. He has crawled into bed with Chevron, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Firefighters Association, Council of Industries, the Chamber of Commerce, and now they share each other's cooties. I'm glad Richmond has term limits for mayor, and he will be out in a year and a half. On the other hand, we won't have Tom Butt to kick around anymore. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Katrina Ruck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff. I just wanted to shout out to the individuals who got their GEDs, and it's very difficult to get a GED. My mom did, and when she was in her 30s, so kudos to them. And I also wanted to shout out to our Public Works Department and Planning Department, excuse me, I'm losing my voice here, for the work they're doing on the Castro Ranch repaving project. It's going along great, and it's really a cool project because they're actually recycling the old asphalt. So it's keeping in mind how we can be green when we repave. The only thing we ask for as neighbors out here is bicyclists, please be careful because we're down to one lane and we're seeing a lot of bicyclists using it. It's still not paved fully, so we're just asking for people to be safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi?
Good evening. This is Naomi Williams. All I want to say is that I thought we had an item on Juneteenth, item 24, and that's when I was going to say what I had to say about Juneteenth. But I see everybody's doing it on open forum, and they have said what I was going to say when the item came up, except that they did not mention that Gerald Hatchett will be the Grand Marshal, and he is the executive director of the Neighborhood Block Association that puts this on since the city said they could no longer handle it. He's been doing this for years. So he finally had to be the Grand Marshal because all the rest of the years he never did be the Grand Marshal. He was always be the worker in the back and was seeing that everything else was doing good. So I want to give Gerald Hatchett his kudos, and we'll see you Saturday. And anybody else that wants to be on the parade or in the parade, Councilperson, Councilperson McLaughlin, she have already said where it's going to start off, and so did Vice Mayor. So There's no sense in me reporting it, but we will leave at 11 o'clock, not 10 o'clock, but be down there in North Richmond around 10 o'clock. So if you want to decorate your cars, you can also do so. Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is caller Richmond Main Street. If you could please state your name for the record.
This is Ronnie Mills, residing in Richmond, California. Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council. I'm speaking today to share information about our free small business development workshop for Richmond-based artists that we're hosting with the NIAD Arts Center on June 23rd from 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. This workshop's featured guest speaker will be Dimitri Broxton, Senior Director of Education at the Museum of African Diaspora. Topics will include defining your values and mission, refining your art writing, and a primer on e-commerce platforms. Additionally, each participant will receive a free Square reader that accepts chip cards and contactless payments like Apple Pay and Google Pay. And also the first 12 people to RSVP will receive business cards and postcards featuring a reproduction of one artwork. There's no fee to attend the workshop, but registration is required, and there are only 25 spots available. So you can please visit NIAD art.myshopify.com to learn more and register. That's NIADART.myshopify.com to learn more and register. Thank you.
Thank you. The next caller is Samsung Galaxy S8. Can you please state your name for the record? Caller with Samsung Galaxy S8, can you please unmute?
Excuse me. Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name for the record.
Madeline Law, but I inadvertently had my hand up for the wrong item.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Our next speaker is Deborah Bayer.
Hi, this is Debbie Bayer, and I just want to speak to G13 and back up what Councilmember Martinez said about being more transparent. You know, for the last couple of years, when I've had the time, I've gotten into the habit of trying to look at the background documents to the council agenda items. And when I checked this one, you know, it looked boring. It's just on the consent calendar. I added it up and I thought, are they talking about spending $5 million? You know, and I kept adding it again. I thought, yeah, I think that's $5 million. So it's not a trivial matter. Councilmember Martinez said, you know, every time we spend $10,000, you have to come. But, you know, these are amounts of $600,000, $300,000, and with a whole list of people participating. So I want to say I do not at all mind fixing all those things. I think they're good things to fix, and the city, they're the part of the cost of running the city, maintenance. But is that in the budget? Have those items already been budgeted? Because it seems like to put $5 million on the consent calendar without really talking about it, most people won't know that it's there. So thank you. That's really all I want to say. Oh, and we didn't know, how come those people were picked? You know, what's the progress? What have they done in the past? How much have they finished? What exactly there is to complete? That kind of stuff. There's just not much information there except for that we're authorizing $5 million to be spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Knight.
Hello, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Johnson, and City Council members. My name is Chris Knight. I live off Barrett and 40th Street. I was looking through the urban greening master plan the city appears to have adopted in 2017. I was surprised to see that for every $1 invested in trees within the city each year, it is estimated to generate $3 in annual benefits to stormwater capture, groundwater recharge, air quality, CO2 sequestration, and not to mention aesthetics. I'm aware the city has an adopt a tree program where the city will plant a tree in the sidewalk gaps that are next to a private property, which homeowners are then responsible for maintaining. The 2017 Urban Greening Master Plan identified over 13,000 such opportunities in Richmond. However, based on the number of unused tree opportunities I see walking the streets, it seems this program could benefit from more aggressive outreach efforts, potentially door to door. Of course, homeowners may be reluctant to adopt a tree they don't technically own, but are responsible for. So why not simply give trees to homeowners who are willing to assume full responsibility and plant them on the street-facing side of their property? If anything, owning these trees will increase their incentive to take care of them, and trees provide their benefit whether on public or private land. That's it. Thanks for your time, and I hope you'll give these ideas some consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tarnell Abbott.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I thought that there was a cap on dollar amounts for consent calendar items. And I can't really remember what the cap is, but if there isn't any more, well, there should be, because if it's more than, you know, a certain amount of money, then it really bears a need to be discussed by city council, and not just, we don't want the rubber stamp committee in the city of Richmond. With regards to that, I just want to say that I've pretty much stuck my hole into my head into the black hole of the Zeneca project, and it's really appalling. And I am working really hard to ask for an extension of the Department of Toxic Substances Control, who has not done adequate notification to the public of anything that is going on around there. But at this point, there is a deadline of June 25 to write to the department and ask them to not go ahead with the PPA, which is the prospective purchaser agreement, which will allow a developer, which is Campus Bay, I don't even know anymore, but you can look it up at richmondshoreline.alliance.org and go to the Zeneca website. But we need a delay so that we can figure out what's going on, who's going to be responsible.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gonzalo. Gonzalo? Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, hello, good evening.
Yes.
My name is Gonzalo Choa. I'm the president of the 23rd Street Merchants Association on Richmond, and a business owner on 23rd. I just call in and let you know that defunding the police is not a good idea, because it's going to bring more crime on 23rd and around that the area of Richmond. So I'm against the defunding of the police. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you. I see two people with hands up. Is that, I see Councilmember Bates and McLaughlin with their hands up.
Oh, that was from last time. I'm sorry.
My hand is up now.
Okay, well, I was gonna.
I wanted to comment on a speaker who called out my name.
Go ahead.
Okay, so one of the public speakers said when I was mayor, it wasn't a 75% reduction in homicides, and I have the figures right here from RPD. In 2007, which was my first year as mayor, it was 47 homicides. By the end of 2014, my figures that I got from RPD say it was only 11 homicides. So that's a 75% reduction. And non-fatal shootings, it went down even more. 242 in 2007 when I first took the office, and in 2014, only 75. Now, of course, one homicide, one shooting is too many, as I've often said, but that is significant reduction, and I contributed to the fact that we had violence prevention programs like ONS and others in the city. Thank you.
Okay, the next item is the consent calendars or motion on the consent calendar.
I'll move it.
Okay, motion by Johnson. Is there a second?
Second. Oh,
Second by Willis. Call the roll, please.
And this is approval of the consent calendar excluding items G25 and G26.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Jimenez,
yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, the next item is item H1. Would you read that, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Item H1 is under budget session, is to receive information on additional financial options for implementing reimagining public safety task force proposals and direct staff to incorporate one specific option into the fiscal year 2021-22 budget. When the report was originally drafted, staff recommended option A and may bring a further option to the city council meeting based on recent events.
Okay, I'll assume there's a staff report.
There is, and actually, Mayor and Council, I just wanted to frame a little bit about the budget. There's 3 budget items tonight, and so I just wanted to provide a little bit of overview and context related to the process as a reminder, while at the same time we are getting ready and we'll be pulling up a presentation for you on the Reimagine one. So the first 2 budget items, the first one is reimagining public safety, and the second one is related to the American Rescue Plan Act, the ARPA funds. Both of those items have come to the City Council multiple times already. And then the third budget related item is the CIP, the Capital Improvement Plan. We do a 5-year look at capital improvement projects, and then every year we do a 1-year budget and update that. So it's part of kind of our regular process and our regular cycle. We are looking for final decisions this evening for budget related numbers because we have a tight turnaround, meaning tomorrow, to finalize all the budget documents for your adoption on the 22nd. So there are a lot of, so these 3 things are intertwined into that budget adoption process for next week. And so given the number of meetings and the discussions that we've had so far, we've tried to take into account various input and bring you something for decisions this evening. With that, on the first one, the Reimagining Public Safety, we have a couple of different presenters tonight. We will move forward as quickly as possible, and I'm going to ask Jim Nantel to start. And Mr. Nantel, you are muted.
Well, I turned on my camera, forgot my microphone. I apologize. Thank you, Laura. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, as indicated, my name is Jim Nantel, and I have recently transitioned from my interim position as Library and Community Services Director to an interim project manager 3 position. I'm in my 5th month as the lead staff liaison working with our Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. And as you know, that task force has been working for a little over 8 months now on a number of recommendations, of course, that they have brought to the council. And next slide, if you would. So quick summary.
If we could please, are we able to share the slide? Perfect. It's coming up now.
So let's see, we are on, yes, thank you. Got to make sure I can see the slides we're on. Okay, a quick summary of council direction that has been given over the last couple of months. The council will recall that just a little over a month ago on May 10th, the task force presented their recommendations to the city council. At that meeting, the city council directed the task force, directed that the task force proposals be considered by the city manager as part of the new fiscal year budget and return to the city council with recommendations as to how to implement those proposals as submitted by the task force. Next slide, please. In response, staff returned to the council on June 1st with recommendations for implementation of the proposals from the task force as part of the new year fiscal year budget. At the conclusion of the meeting on June 1st, the council directed staff to work further with the task force to develop the proposed new programs. And those programs were regarding serving the unhoused and creation of a community crisis response team. Now, last week at your June 8th meeting, it was a meeting regarding general council direction on the development of the new fiscal year budget. The council clarified their direction to include options for consideration relative to implementation of these recommendations from the task force that would not necessitate laying off existing police officers. Next slide, please. So staff is returning tonight with 6 options for council consideration. Now, it's important to note that there's variables associated with these different options. The first variable is whether it's funding recommended for 1 year or for the first year or for a full year's budget. As the council will recall, after further examination by staff, they realized that it would take some time to implement particularly these new programs. And so the first year funding would not necessitate the entire amount that was proposed and recommended by the task force. The second key variation is on the funding sources, which in turn varies the amount coming from the police department's proposed budget. So you'll notice as we look at these options, those variables that are important to note. Now, given the council's revised direction to avoid laying off existing police officers, practically speaking, some of the options are really no longer at play, but they are included as part of the list of options that have been developed for council consideration to this date and some additional ones tonight. Option A is essentially the same recommendation was presented by staff at last week's June 8th meeting. It's for first year funding of essentially $5.6 million, of which $2.3 million would come from the current 10 positions that are vacant in the police department. The rest of the funding to reach that $5.6 million would come from other sources, including carryover revenue or excess revenue from the current fiscal year, and in addition, the ARPA funds. Now, with this option, as well as options C, D, and E below, they all would continue the existing service level reductions that the community has been experiencing during this last year. Now, the next 2 options, B and C, are focused on not the first year, but a complete year funding at the dollar amount of $10.3 million. So option A, the recommendations are to fund the recommendations from the task force completely out of the existing police department budget. It would require a permanent reduction of 36 officer positions. That includes a current number of 12 that are currently vacant, as well as an additional 24 positions that are currently filled. It would also require the elimination of contracts, such as the shot spotter, as a way to provide the sustainable funding source of $10.3 million for the full year cost to implement the recommendations. Now, option C, again, would provide the full $10.3 million. $3 million of it would come from the existing police vacancies. Now, as opposed to option B, which was use of 10 vacancies, this would use all of the current 12 vacancies. And it would also use a $1.7 million reduction for budgeted facility improvements and a $1.6 million reduction in planned purchases of new vehicles in order to reach the $10.3 million required. Next slide, please. Now, the next 3 options are all focused on 1 year funding, essentially about 5.6 to $6.3 million. Option D would provide sustainable funding for the first year cost of $5.58 million, and that would be funded by the elimination of the existing 12 police department vacancies And it would require another 20.6 positions that would need to be reduced citywide outside of the police department and other departments in the city. This option would avoid the need to make further reductions to police officers beyond the current vacancies. Option E funds a program budget of $6.38 million, which is a dollar amount that was proposed by the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force at their last week meeting of the 9th of June, where they revised their recommendations and increased the first year dollar amount from the 5.3 to the the 5.6 to the 6.3. This would include increasing expenditures related to homelessness and the unhoused, compared to option A, would increase it by another $800,000. The proposed amount of funding under this option is consistent with the revised task force recommendation last week. Option E, the police department budget, it would be reduced by $3 million by permanently reducing the existing 12 sworn vacant positions. That would include some operational impact as described in option A. So again, we're talking about it would continue the impact in the community that is currently being experienced at this time. It would also require the use of $1.3 million from the excess funds carried over from the current fiscal year, as well as the elimination of $1.6 million in the elimination of those vehicle purchases referred to earlier. The final option, option F, as with option E, provides a program budget of $6.4 million for the new fiscal year. It increases the expenditures related to homelessness by that $800,000. And it does so without any funding from the police department. So this last option is kind of a no impact on police department current resources. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Lina Velasquez to further discuss the programs for the unhoused.
Thank you, Jim. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Next slide, please. So the staff is still recommending that only $1 million be directed towards homeless, unhoused interventions for the next fiscal year. This would give an opportunity for the city to, one, prepare its strategic plan around homelessness, but also potentially leverage funding that is expected to come down from the state. So we do think that $1 million should be sufficient, and the goal would be to leverage funding that the state will direct towards these efforts. So our recommendation would be to just allocate $1 million worth of funding, and then the expenditures would come through recommendations from the City Council Ad Hoc Committee that is looking more specifically at the issue of homelessness within the city. Next slide. However, if the council would like to consider an alternative option which directs funding towards specific programs that have already been directed by the council for staff to work on, staff is suggesting new allocation amounts that still equal approximately or still equal $1 million. And so in the middle column, we show the previous amounts that were recommended, and revisions were made based on input that was provided by the council at the meeting on June 1st. So specifically around homelessness, rent, and other assistance, we've reduced the recommended amount from $500,000 to $150,000. And this would be used to pay maybe first or last month's rent for somebody looking for housing, as well as potentially provide assistance with towing or auto repair. We do believe that Castro and Ryden are in need of additional services. However, those services would be proposed by service operators based on issue areas that we describe. The council is also looking at a scattered sites safe parking program so we're also recommending that support be provided for those scattered sites, including housing navigation services. We believe the transitional village site evaluation analysis will be important in moving that effort forward should the council decide. And based on the estimate that was provided, we think it's significantly underestimated. And so we think an evaluation of sites would be helpful, as well as preparing cost estimates for the transitional village establishment. The strategic plan, we've also gotten some additional information and we think we could do it for less funding. And then we are allocating about $280,000 or suggesting that it be allocated for other programs that may be identified through the strategic planning effort, which could go directed to programs that were also recommended by the task force. So with that, I will hand it back to Laura, I believe.
Correct. Thank you, Lena. So we are recommending a slightly different version than what you all considered in a prior meeting. So the staff recommendation of option A has a little bit of tweaks to it. First of all, the change that you just heard Lena address under homelessness interventions of $1 million would be more, the recommendation is that this is a placeholder in terms of a dollar amount. And again, that we would continue to work with the council ad hoc committee on exactly the best use of those funds. We also wanted to call attention to the fact that the first two programs, Office of Neighborhood Safety and the Summer Youth Employment Program, not just summer youth, really would be expanded beyond that, are essentially what has been recommended by the task force, accounting for the fact that there is some startup time that is necessary, particularly for ONS. In terms of the other two placeholders, I want to emphasize that we are anticipating, again, spending more dollars on homelessness interventions. However, we would like to leverage additional funding sources outside of the city. And so that's why the recommendation remains the same for a dollar amount, but not that that would be the only amount spent, but that it would allow us that planning time and that look forward in terms of a longer range plan, in terms of scattered sites. You know, we think about what it took to look at for a safe park program, and we think that the effort to find various sites for a transitional village, sorry, not scattered sites, for transitional village, is going to take quite some effort. So there are a variety of things to do with that. And again, the community crisis program is something that very likely we would want to leverage county and state funds and efforts and continue. This is the one that we've all talked about needs the most attention in terms of program design. And we would very likely be returning to council when we really knew more what that program looked like. This package of recommendations also allows us, while we undertake that process to look at the homeless interventions and the community crisis program, it will allow us to get several months into the new year budget, which we will be able to then have a better idea about kind of where we are in the budget process. Are we using all our funds in all the other areas? Where is the process? Where is this council in the process of looking at the entire city budget in relation to various options that you might want to consider for long-term fiscal sustainability? So there's quite a number of factors that we're going to be looking at that would influence funding and the timing and availability of that funding into this program. And so we are recommending that total of almost 5.6 million for first year funding, and that to come from a variety of sources. Please know we've tried to separate these slightly on the view that you're looking at. This is not, the funding source and the program do not match across on the rows. It is a group of expenditures and a group of funding sources. So we just wanted to clarify that what you're looking at is not meant to be read directly from left to right. but more as the total expenditures you see here at the bottom. So in terms of those 4 different programs, again, a total of about 5.6 million. And in terms of funding sources, there would be permanent police department reductions by reducing sworn officers. There would be use of some current excess funds from the current fiscal year. In the next presentation, you will hear again about the recommendation of use of American Recovery Act funds for this funding. And other, where it says about $350,000 here, is primarily related to various housing funds that we have, our Housing in Lieu Fund, and other funding sources that the city controls. So that would be the expenditure plan and the various sources. With that, we are here to answer questions and look forward to moving forward, bringing back final budget numbers for you as part of a whole package next week. And I saw that Jim Nantel looked like I might have missed something.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I just noticed, I should have caught this earlier. The numbers that you show on the last slide for Office of Neighborhood Safety and for the Youth Employment Program are switched. It should be.
Okay, thank you for that correct. So it's 1.6 million for ONS because there is some time to ramp up and actually do the hiring that we need to do in that department, as well as making sure that we have the classifications and all the other components correct. And the almost $2 million would be for the Youth Employment Program. So it's just they're transposed.
So is that your whole presentation?
Yes, it is. See, we're trying to be really short, Mayor.
And your recommendation is what?
If you could pull that up again, please. It's for about approximately $5.6 million in funding for 4 different program areas and from 4 different funding sources.
Which option is that?
So it's a modified option A.
Okay.
So if we could go to the almost last slide, please.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Questions from council members? Councilmember McLaughlin.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions. I don't know whether you want us to share our perspective now or after we hear from the public. I have some comments to make and I can make them now or later.
Well, I think our procedures go with questions first, then the public, and then comments, and ultimately a motion. So are there questions from council members? Councilmember Jimenez.
Hello.
Go ahead, Councilmember Jimenez.
So I would like to see if you have what is the budget proposed that the task force have. I don't see it here. I see that there were some different proposals with reduction. So I would like to, do you have that?
So we have that information in the staff report. Lena, is that in the slide presentation? Pull it up here. Some of the primary differences are around specifically related to SOS, and we did anticipate again that we would continue to work with the council ad hoc committee, and we also are anticipating additional funding sources to be able to increase the total dollars, just not necessarily all from the city. So I know that is where some of the difference is. Lena, did you want to add to that?
Yes. Excuse me, though, I don't think that's what she's asking. Is that what you were, I think she was asking for the overall proposals, budget proposal from the task force, rather than what staff's perspective is.
Right, and that's, I was trying to address that there was one of the differences between the task force and this recommendation. That was part of the reason for the difference.
But I guess my question is, I know that is staff's recommendation, but I think, and Councilmember Jimenez could clarify, but she was asking for the budget, not the difference, but the budget of the task force.
Goodbye.
I mean, we heard, I have a different perspective on the SOS situation that I want to share. So I'm not interested in hearing staff repeat its perspective on that. What I'm interested in is that was Councilmember Jimenez's request, I would like to see the budget proposal of the task force on each of the proposals.
I think that's what she's
Seeing
showing.
the screen right now?
So I just wondering, is this part of, did you present, is this part of the presentation?
This is the information, I believe, that is the difference between from the task force. You see the middle column here was the original proposal, and then the most recent one from last Wednesday is shown on the far right.
Okay, and okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
On your option A, you have a $2.3 million reduction from the police department. What does those reductions represent?
It represents 10 sworn officers. They're currently vacant positions, so it's compliance with the most recent council direction not to lay off people.
What about the shot spotter and some of the other responsibilities?
It does not include reduction in contracts in option A.
So that means that you have no intentions of filling the positions that are vacant in the police department.
We would be permanently reducing 10 sworn officer positions in the department.
We would be moving forward to fill 2 vacancies that are also currently vacant, right? We have 12 now, so.
Well, my last question, are you not listening to the voices of an overwhelming number of citizens and residents and taxpayers who are saying in no uncertain terms, they do not want the police department reduced in any manner? So you didn't hear them.
That is option E.
I didn't see option E listed.
Option E, yeah, if we could go back to that slide. That is taking funding from other sources other than the police department.
Okay, show me that again, please. Option E?
Yes. The funding, in order to fund this without taking it from the police department, we would take money from the ARPA funds. We'd take money from the leftover funds from the current fiscal year. And we would pull money from facility improvements and vehicle purchase replacements. So this funding for that first year to fund the recommendations year 1 all of this would come from non-police department sources.
And just to clarify, that is option F on your screen. F as in Frank.
All right, thank you kindly.
Other questions from council members? Councilmember Jimenez, you still have your hand up. Is that, did you mean to have?
I will light public comments and then I will make my comments.
Okay, anyone else? I don't see anyone else. So I have a couple of questions. So my understanding is that I've seen different numbers, but the most recent I've seen is that there are 12 unfilled positions in the police department currently. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fiscal year 2021, 34 positions were eliminated, 20 of which were sworn officers. Is that right?
That sounds about right. I would need a budget person to confirm exact numbers, and they were frozen at the time. They would be eliminated in the next budget. So they weren't budgeted and they weren't filled.
And you're not anticipating budgeting them in this year's budget either, I assume.
Correct, no.
Okay, so from the end of fiscal year 1920, we're down 34 positions, and the proposal is to add another 12 to those, which would make a total of 32 officers. And then I've heard the statement from several of you that there would be no that there would be no drop in service levels. And I hate to put the police chief on the hot seat here, but I'd like to ask her if in fact eliminating 12 more positions to the 34 already eliminated, that that she can promise no reduction in service level.
The service level impacts the services that I've presented and that I sent last week are impacts that we are already feeling because we don't have the positions currently. So there's no new impacts, except that we do still anticipate we're going to lose even more than the vacant positions because we have people that are in various stages of hiring with other departments. So I'm not sure how many people will actually leave and if there will be additional impacts from those people leaving. But as of just the vacant positions being taken away at this point, the impacts that we are already currently feeling with not being able to address the quality of life issues, not being able to really investigate a lot of crimes, just really focusing on the in custodies. Those are the impacts that we will continue to feel without being able to hire into those positions.
So when we've had discussions about this before, the issue, particularly with respect to overtime, the issue of minimum staffing has come up, and my understanding is that you know, whether it's written or not, that there's that you're bound to provide a minimum staffing level in accordance with the agreement with the Richmond Police Officers Association. Is that correct?
We have a minimum staffing level in our policy of 9 beat officers.
And you can maintain that through the next year with all these positions gone?
I will be able to maintain that. However, sometimes overtime will have to be used depending on if officers are on vacation or on injury leave or away at training.
So some of the, you provided a list a week ago and said you mentioned a couple of them tonight, but you said some of the quote quality of life issues unquote that you'll not be able to address include human trafficking and prostitution. Is that correct?
We are currently impacting those things on an overtime basis. So we are impacting them, but they're on overtime currently.
Drug house abatement, same thing.
Same thing.
Open air narcotics sales.
Sometimes the beat officers, if they stumble across it or have time within their duties, can address some of these things, but a lot of them take a lot more time than the beat officers have to focus on during their shift.
And then some of the other things were, some of the other things you listed, our intelligence unit cannot properly focus on gathering intelligence at this time due to the need to have them focused on combating retaliatory shootings. That's one of the things that would go away, right?
So currently we're focused on addressing the shootings and homicides that have occurred in the city. So we're being very reactionary as opposed to being proactive in addressing the gun violence.
And you said our current investigative staff is about half what they used to be. Our current staffing allows for very minimal time in addressing cold cases. Homicide team is currently stretched thin just to be able to handle the workload. Focusing on older cases is a service we cannot provide with the current resources. Is that correct?
That's correct. We used to have a investigative unit that had around 50 detectives, and we're now down to about half of that. So we're just focused on what's happening in the moment, as opposed to being able to look at previous cases and also cases where we don't have people in custody.
And then finally, you went on to say, additionally, we used to have detectives focused on crimes such as theft, identity theft, computer crimes. In most cases, these investigations are labor and time intensive. With our current staffing, these crimes, unless there are strong leads, cannot be given the attention they are due. Our domestic violence and sexual assault cases have not diminished in numbers, but the number of detectives assigned to these cases has diminished. That's all correct, right? Okay.
That's all correct.
All right, thank you. Okay, I guess if there are no more questions from council members, we will call on public speakers.
We have so far 44 speakers. And Ursula, please call the speakers.
Our first group of speakers are Elsa Stevens, Linda Whitmore, phone number ending in 5174, Jan Mignoni, Madeline Law, Randy Joseph, Lisa Johnson, Oscar Garcia, Naomi Williams, and Henry Washington.
Excuse me, Ursula, when you call the participant, can you also speak in Spanish, just in case some people want to speak in Spanish? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, our first speaker is Elsa Stevens.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Richmond voter. Jim Nantel repeatedly stated that the impact currently being experienced by the community. Let's remember that impact currently being experienced by the community is of police being asked to solve problems that they're neither trained nor funded to solve. What is, I reclaim my time. Yes, please vote yes on H1. But new police vehicles should be funded with Green New Deal monies. Also, treat H1 like the city manager treated the task force recommendations. Amend the heck out of it so that it's unrecognizable and it does the opposite of what it was intended to do, which is to eviscerate the task force findings. Also, please find funding somewhere for the other 825 young people that H1 would leave jobless. I must have misread it, but it looked like at first it would be 1,000 young people being hired versus 175. That's not going to help the quality of life in Richmond. And don't forget that it was a high school resource officer that trafficked a minor in Richmond, San Francisco, and Oakland. And ID theft should be done by the FBI. I think it'll be, if we listen more carefully to the task force, policing will be more efficient and safer. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just make a general announcement right now in Spanish for those Spanish speaking persons. Por favor, estén listos para hablar cuando sean llamados. Si están hablando por videoconferencia, por favor presione el botón de unmute para hablar. Si está hablando por teléfono, presione estrella 6 para hablar. Okay, our next speaker will be Linda Whitmore.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Johnson, and council members. My name is Linda Whitmore. I'm a longtime resident of Richmond, and I live in the Santa Fe neighborhood. I'm also a member of the Reimagining Police Safety Task Force, but I am among the minority on the task force that did not vote for the reduction of the police department budget and reducing the numbers of sworn police officers. I agree that we need the community programs recommended by the Safety Task Force, but not at the expense of our police department. I'm not going to repeat everything you heard our Mayor Tom Butt and our Chief of Police list of the things that will happen to our neighborhoods if you reduce their budget. I want to bring to your attention that when this task force was first put together, it was not to reduce the police budget. It was not to get rid of police officers. The task force was put together to identify ways to work with the police department to strengthen the community policing model and identify strategies that could help. It was not put together with the intent of reducing the current police budget or staffing. I recommend, and I would hope that you will select option F, not reducing our police department budget, but still putting together the programs that the task force has recommended. You can do this without destroying what we already have. We already have fewer police officers. They're reduced from last year, and now you want to reduce more this year. Listen to the voices of the community. The community says, do not reduce the police department or their budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 5174. Can you please state your name for the record? And can you please unmute by pressing *6?
Is this for 5174 phone number?
Yes, please state your name.
Yes, my name is Robin LePay. I'm with ACE. And it's not a matter of defunding the police department. We're trying not to absolve Richmond PD. But they have lied to us and to the public that they need $40 million when they already have a surplus of funds to use, according to the meetings that I've been involved in. And personally, they did not do their jobs when I called in January requesting a police report on how to obtain a restraining order and make a report on a very dangerous individual from my past. They told me they could and would not help me when this maniac was trying to contact me. I called the sheriff's office after that incident. They in turn called RPD, and a new officer took my info supposedly and flatly refused to give me a copy of the report or a number. I took it that he was not even writing down what I was saying about this dangerous individual. So this is, it's better if we use the money and the funding in other helpful areas when help can be more easily accessible to the public, especially in a dangerous situation like mine. I am for H1, and I would hope that people would get down to the very basic truths of who, what, where, when, and how these monies are being used, and that they'll come to a solution with the public, not just with the committees and not just with the council members. I thank you for your time, council members, and the mayor of Richmond, Tom Butt. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jan Mignoni.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and council members. I've been reading articles that keep talking about the older members of the Richmond neighborhood councils who are against these fundings. And it's not that we're against these fundings. We believe in mental health and helping our youth and taking care of the homeless. We do believe with that. I believe that Measure X has something like $20 million that the county has. So that is money that we need to get our hands on and bring it to Richmond. It always goes to East County, not to West County. But I do believe that as a taxpayer, and if someone who has family has been in this city for over 65 years and have paid taxes in this city for a very long time, that you need to listen to us. We've been here a long time. We've seen it all. We've heard it all. And we have finally come to a situation where we feel comfortable working with the police on anything we need to work with them on. We just helped some children go from their summer school to their summer camp because they were afraid to walk down the street. That's pretty bad. I was born and raised in the city. I never felt afraid to be in this city, and I don't want those children to feel afraid either. It should never be like that. I believe that option F is probably the best option because it does hold on to the police officers that we have now, and it will backfill as people leave. I also want you to remember that you did decide to promote Chief French to the chief position. She is the first African-American and Latina in the city's history to be the police chief, and probably in other cities' history as well. So we need to support her. I mean, we all have to stick together as women and as people of color, and you have to follow through with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Madeline Law.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is Madeline Law, I'm a Richmond resident. And I just want to start off by saying, I don't feel like we would be in this position now had the council, when they thought of this proposal, come to the presidents of the neighborhood councils first. We are your leaders in the neighborhoods. We know what goes on every day in our neighborhoods. So yes, I am in support of option F. I don't think we need to lose any more police officers. I do think we need to work and build on the proposals that have been suggested, but not with police money. And I just want to say, folks, when your cars get broken into, and this is if the council continues on with what they are trying to do. When things aren't going right and the police are not able to come to your aid immediately, don't get mad at the police. The police didn't put you in this predicament. Your city council did by their decision making. You know, all that glitters is not gold, folks. And sometimes you got to be careful of what you wish for. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Randy Joseph.
Hello, my name is Randy Joseph. I am a Richmond resident and I am a task force member. I am here to talk about one, advocate for option E. I think that is the best case scenario to support these programs that will get to the root causes of crime and front along build our community down the road to reduce crime and have a less reliance on police and police functions. I keep hearing these fear-mongering talks that when this happens, crime is going to go up. But I hear that, but then I hear from the chief that we're already down this many officers already, and there's not a whole crime spree happening out in the city. And I want to juxtapose that to see that people over here keep talking about, well, crime is going to go up and crime is going to happen if this continues to happen. We have a less police staff right now, and it's last time I looked outside, it's not Mad Max, right? I've been in this community for so too long. I've had people commit suicide because they do not get the mental health services that they need. I've seen people unhoused, they've been housed for way too long because they don't have the housing that they need. I've seen people be out there, be turned away from jobs. You've turned away from the jobs because because the requirements are too small and there's not enough funding. We need to start funding the city and funding the community to get the support back in this thing. We keep talking about police money. It's not the police's money. It's our money. It's our taxes. It's what we pay in. It's not the police money. The police don't have ownership to that money. That's our money. And I would rather have it spent supporting our community to make sure that we reduce the crime in that way than giving it off the police. This isn't about Chief French. I've heard this attack too, that because it's going on because she's a Black lady. It's not about Chief French. This is about a system that has taken over and had taking lives from Black and brown lives in this city all across the country. We need to start supporting our community to make sure our community feels supported and we fund them. So I support the option E. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Johnson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Of the options presented, I support option F, whereby RPD is not further defunded. From the outset, this process has had inadequate community outreach and involvement and failed to incorporate appropriate input from city staff to facilitate the task force mandate. The net result, the cart is currently way in front of the horse, and there has been inadequate time to inform the necessary program design that will in turn allow staff to identify, review, and secure the necessary funding from appropriate sources. In particular, Why are city funds still being proposed to be used to address homeless and mental health crises, both of which are regional issues that should be funded using county, state, and federal sources, including Measure X? This also applies to O&S. How is this funding appropriately aligned with the supplementary funding from Cal VIP? This is not how new programs in a budget should be constructed. What other city or private entity does this? No one. I also want to remind the RPA 5 majority council members and public that RPD was significantly defunded last year and a year ago in that budget's reconciliation process. Specifically, their budget was cut last year by $7.8 million. $5.8 million of that was due to a loss of 34 positions, 21 of which were sworn officers and 13 were civilians. If you vote to remove yet another 10 or 12 vacant positions, you must be honest with the public and let them know that in 1 year's time, you will have cut 44 to 46 RPD positions. That's the truth. As additional RPD officers retire or resign, it will take 6 to 18 months to hire a replacement. We also know that overtime will go back up and compensation levels will be higher as things reopen and we have even fewer sworn officers and civilian staff to meet the community's needs. Why is the city council not mandating that all city employees who inappropriately receive discretionary pay that amount back and have it go towards funding new programs?
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Oscar Garcia.
Good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia, and I'm born and raised in the Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council, and I'm also a part of the Community Police Review Commission, also known as the Police Commission. The community has spoken, and it's unanimous. The community supports option F. It's the option that ensures the funding of these great programs, but it ensures that we do not defund our already pretty lowly funded police department. The CPRC voted 5-1, highly in favor of something similar to option F, as Council Member Jimenez can attest to. All neighborhood councils have supported something very similar to option F. All of them, none support the defunding of the police department. All surveys taken regarding this issue have shown overwhelming support for something similar to option F. So it's easy. The community has spoken. Please support option F. And I do want to end with having you think about those kids who continue to be afraid to leave Verde Elementary School and head over to their summer program. They're the ones who are going to take the brunt of bad decision making. They're the ones who are going to have to worry about how they're going to get to their summer program. I was one of those kids in the early 90s, and believe me, I'm still dealing with the effects of that. And so today you have a chance to make a difference in the lives of these kids so that they feel safe, so they don't have to continuously survive shootings. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi?
Good evening. My name is Naomi Williams, and I'm the president of the Pullman Neighborhood Council on the south side of Richmond, where there's plenty of actions for the police to cover up. Mayor, vice mayor, council members, city managers, and residents of Richmond. When the chief French was hired, it was a unanimous vote. You believe she was the right one. You was right then to head the Richmond Police Department. But since Richmond is known as the first Black mayor, the first Black police chief, but just so happens to be Black and Latina, the first Black mayor, I said that. And now I said that too. But she need to have the amount of sworn officers to staff and to do her work right. I think her salary was cut lower when she first was hired, I think. Now you are choosing to defund her department, which if you all lived and paid taxes in Richmond, you would not even think about defunding, but refunding, and to hire more good officers to bring her staff to where it should be. Maybe zero policy, restraining orders and stuff like that. But looking after the options, I believe option F would be the best one, but not the best. The best would be option G, and that would be to bring your police force up to where it should be with our population and stand behind your chief and let her do what she knows best of Richmond community. Police is for both community and the community, like it was when Lansdowne and Chris Magnus was here. But giving her a chance, the full staff like they had, the men. Thanks, but please consider walking.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Henry Washington, and our next group of speakers are Andres Soto, Jovanka Beckles, Deborah Bayer, Edith Pastrano, Clara, Terry Hinty, Linda Hamilla, Sarah Cantor, and Sean Dunning. Please be prepared to speak when your name is called. Henry Washington.
Hi, my name is Henry Washington, born and raised in Richmond, California. And I know a little bit about the police department. My grandfather was the first African-American police in the city of Richmond in 1941. For 3 reasons, option F is the most reasonable option. First of all, I think ONS, the youth programs, community challenges that we have around mental health, dual diagnosis, people without housing, roaming our streets, needs the money that has been budgeted and so much more. This is a real issue. However, in 2009, when we had 49 homicides in our city, Chief Magnus had 55% of the city's budget. Now we're around 40, and that's not enough. The programs that our city manager and ad hoc committee are working on seem to be tremendous. And I think there's a lot of optimism in that. Measure X and other funding can help us with our programs. In 1948, the Basic Human Rights Committee suggested that dignity was a must for all humans. And second, the deliverable would be security. A lower police presence will hurt the most vulnerable communities, and they will not be able to deal with the challenges they already have. Option F is the most reasonable option for this community that leans on us. Our most vulnerable communities, Black and brown, they need us. Let's support Chief French, who we watched come up through the ranks as she patrolled my neighborhood, the Iron Triangle. Option F is the greatest option for many of us. Thank you for this time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andres Soto.
Thank you, Andres Soto. And also as a member of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, I support option E. What this exercise has really been about is the city council, and this was initiated by J.L. Myrick, former council member, responding to people in the community who were part of the national conversation about the role of police and police violence and the lack of accountability of police violence in our country. And we've had more than our share here in Richmond. And, whether you're talking about the reasons why the Black Panthers were powerful in Richmond and the Brown Berets, all the way to the more recent scandals involving Celeste Guap, and, incidents of police violence like the P.D. Perez case, and even the 2002 Richmond Cinco de Mayo police riot. There has been really zero to no accountability for police misbehavior. And yet those who are afraid of change want to keep the status quo that has not been working to serve a majority of the people. Young people like myself growing up in this town grew up to be fearful of the police because of what we saw them do to our friends and neighbors in the community. So it's about really changing the paradigm of how we view security in this community. And by investing in people, since much of this is rooted in poverty, and we know that Richmond suffers from structural racism, structural economic discrimination, with a history of redlining and many other forms of discrimination. Look at this, the stress our school district is going through. So this is about changing the way we think about creating security in our community. And once again, I support option E as the best reasonable option.
Our next speaker is Jovanka Beckles.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. 40% of Richmond's general fund goes to police compared to 2.8% to community services. I think that's deplorable. We absolutely need a city investment in community services at this point, not policing, because as many of you know, we cannot police our way out of crime, yet we can support our community out of crime. I've seen firsthand the magic that occurs when resources are given to those who often feel hopeless and angry about systemic racism, angry about the lack of opportunity. I'm a mental health provider. I've seen what resources can do to provide hope. I've worked with kids who are now working and have made beautiful transformations because of the services they were given access to. They were initially at a crossroads, migrate towards crime or migrate towards education and or employment. When we provided them with resources such as funding for after-school programs like tutoring, mentoring, sports, swimming, and even resources to keep their families housed, they thrived. Our city will thrive when all are thriving. Let's fund violence prevention programs. Let's fund youth employment services. Let's fund homeless programs. Let's fund mental health programs. Let's provide our community with the resources it needs to thrive, to reduce crime, to address the root causes of crime. By investing in real community safety through programs like ONS or RISE or reentry programs, that's what's made Richmond safer, and it's what's gonna continue to keep us and make us safe. I appreciate the work and recommendation from the task force because they recognize that funding services reduces the workload to our police officers. Funding services will reduce crime. I live in Richmond and I support option E because it doesn't cut police officers and it gives resources to programs that reduces violence and crime. I hope you will too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Bayer.
Hello, Deborah Bayer, another Richmond citizen who supports option E. I'm very grateful to the task force. When I first read the recommendations, I was kind of in awe at how thorough they were, how backed they were with data, and what a wonderful job they had done. And I think option E is a pretty good compromise. It doesn't give them everything they asked for, but it's reasonable. I've been disturbed by the social media drumbeat saying we're defunding the police and all hell's going to break loose and we're causing 36 positions to be laid off, when actually the same option E calls for no layoffs of police. It is going to be the same police force that we've had last year. And I think Richmond will be a safer place when there are more services provided to the community. That's what we're talking about, reimagining public safety. I mean, so the police right now get 40% of the budget. Would we be safer if they got 50%, 60%? We could turn Richmond into a police state if that'll make everybody feel safer. I don't feel like, as people have been saying, the community has spoken, because I'm part of the community too. And maybe the community is divided, but I really do support supporting our community, supporting the poorest people in our community that have been hit hardest by COVID, the people who have housing insecurity or no housing, and the children who need a lot of opportunity, a lot of love to make up for the iniquities of the past and to offer them a brighter future. And I think that's going to help with crime in Richmond, not just hiring more policemen. And we are not reducing services. So please don't repeat that again.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Edith Pastrano. Edith?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yeah, my name is Edith Pastrano. I'm a Richmond lifelong resident, and I've been living here all my life, and I've seen how our community has been lacking a lot of resources when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to youth programs, youth jobs to keep people off the street. I just want to say that I support that the city council really look at the recommendations that the task force has put forth. I appreciate everyone's comments, and I also agree with what's been said before about how there's a division of what narrative is being told out there. I have family members who are police, but that doesn't mean, that doesn't mean that like we're asking for the city to eliminate police officers. What we're asking the city to do is to invest in community, invest in youth, invest in senior services, invest in all of those things. The police can't do all of those things for our community. So please make sure that you are, as you're making your decision today, to get to a ground where we can get closer to the task force proposals that were put forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Clara. Clara?
Yeah.
Yes. Are you ready to speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
I also am going to be translating for Clara.
Okay.
Mi nombre es Clara Realajeno. My name is Clara Realajeno. Buenas noches. Good evening. Yo quiero exponer mi historia porque yo estoy en contra de que den dinero a las personas de que no están haciendo bien su trabajo y no les están quitando, dinero que les pertenezca o que lo estén usando en realidad. So I just want to say my story a little bit and talk about why I believe that we should not be putting money in where there's no existing officers that are currently doing any work at the moment. Porque yo tuve un caso el día 30 de mayo y yo llamé a la policía y no hicieron nada. Y él se puso al lado del propietario e incluso no me dejaron sacar lo que era absolutamente nada y me quedé totalmente en la calle. So on the 30th of May, I had to call the police because my landlord was illegally evicting me from my unit. And when the police got there, they didn't.
Edith, if you're translating, we can't hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you much better now.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'll just get closer to the mic. So on May 30th, Clara called the police because her landlord illegally had changed the locks on her unit. And she called the police and that didn't help because she's going to continue saying. Y no ayudó, no ayudó absolutamente en nada, se puso al lado de él. La verdad que me dijo que me fuera, que buscar un lugar donde yo me pudiera ir a vivir, que no me quería ir y que fuera a corte, pero él no hizo ni un reporte, no le llamó la atención a él. Él cambió la cerradura, me dejó en la calle totalmente. Tengo desde el 30 de mayo estar durmiendo en mi carro, no tengo un lugar donde ir y para mí yo lo veo muy injusto de que... So when I called, they didn't, there was no report that was made against my landlord for doing what he did illegally. And I wanted I wanted something to be done in that moment. And basically he pretty much as a result of what happened, I ended up being sleeping in my car because I was told to go elsewhere. And so as of that date, I've been sleeping in my car. Y hasta el día 2 de junio llamé a otro oficial para poder entrar, incluso tuvieron que llegar ellos, incluso he recibido
que insulto, he sido agredida verbalmente por el propietario y no han hecho nada.
And so on the 2nd of June, we called the police again, and this officer actually.
Edith, we're not able to hear you again.
Sorry about that. So we called the police again on the 2nd, and then we tried to get them to work with me, but I've been really scared to go back to the unit because I've received aggression and I received harassment from the landlord. And this is not okay.
Yo lo único que les pido es que sean justos y que le ayuden a las personas como un ejemplo. Yo como me quedé homeless, a los ancianos, a las personas, a las personas con discapacidad, que el dinero se ponga en un lugar donde sí se vaya a usar, no en un lugar donde se tenga retenido, que no se está usando.
So I would support that the city make sure that there are services for the community for people like myself who are now homeless, who are facing certain struggles, people who are disabled, people who are seniors, youth, and making sure that we have those things instead of betting too much on what positions are not currently.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Terry Hinty.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Terry Hinty, 20-year Richmond resident. I'm calling to express my opposition to defunding RPD by even a nickel, but I have a specific point to make about the toxic communications surrounding this defund campaign of the last year. RPA should be commended, as always, for the military discipline of its messaging. These talking points are delivered with the tenacity of a Republican on the Sunday morning talk shows. In both cases, the talking points can be short on facts, such as recent discussions of the reduction in violent crime in Richmond over the last 15 years that cite one group only as responsible for that reduction, ONS. Yes, ONS played a role, but the primary driver of that crime reduction was community policing. You, Gail, were happy to be associated with its success as recently as during your 2020 council campaign. Now you and the RPA appointed task force members have dunked it in the Orwellian memory hole without explanation. Do you think no one's noticed this lie by omission? Back to Orwell, the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. Thousands of us who lived in the city during the time when community policing was fully funded and staffed and ever more successful in keeping the peace and establishing productive ties with residents are still living here, and we see your lies. We have the evidence of our own eyes and ears to go by. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Hemilla. And I think, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Hi. Good evening, Mayor and council members. The partnerships that have been formed through the community policing have been celebrated nationally as a success, evidence that our police are an important part of our community and are irreplaceable. But replacing them is exactly what the Reimagined Public Safety Task Force seeks to do. Hiding behind poorly designed rhetoric and being deliberately deceptive, the task force's goal is to defund Richmond Police Department, plain and simple. The Public Safety Task Force was assembled to make recommendations, but instead, it's creating policy. Reimagine will take funds, tax funds, supplied by you and me, away from RPD and redirect them to social workers and assorted others who will try to manage the policing of a city of 110,000 people. Their plan includes increasing the role of Office of Neighborhood Safety, a program that pays gang members to not commit crimes. Is this who we want in charge of our safety? The task force is comprised of people who have a bias against the police and those who don't live here. One is even a council member in another city. They're using national talking points about police shootings in other cities to remove our police department.
It looks like we lost the last speaker. I will try to reconnect her. We'll move on to the next speaker in the meantime, Sarah Cantor.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sarah Cantor, and I am a Richmond resident, a Richmond voter, and a Richmond taxpayer, since apparently those are the credentials that you need in order to comment on these issues, rather than a demonstrated lifelong commitment to the city of Richmond or a history of being raised in Richmond, which we see from Andres Soto, Tamisha Walker, and the Chacon brothers that were whose characters were questioned by the mayor, which is despicable. I want to start out by naming that Jim Mantel, I believe that you misspoke in your presentation. You said that the task force had voted on adopted proposals to raise the budget from the city manager's suggested 5.58 to 6.3. What the task force actually did was incorporate feedback from the community at these public comment sessions, at neighborhood council meetings, on social media, et cetera, and reduced the recommended budget from the task force from 10.3 to 6.3 million. Also reducing the ask of not having all the money come from RPD, but instead being open to a variety of sources. So the task force is compromising. The task force is listening to the community. Anyone who tells you that the task force is dead set on eliminating the police department without any remorse is not paying attention to what is actually happening. You're going to hear from future speakers that we are trying to set up a false dichotomy between the police and other forms of public safety. That's not the case. We're trying to rebalance the budget. The amount that we're talking about taking from the department with option E, which I support, is 1.6% of the proposed $190 million general fund. We're not talking about a massive rebalancing, just to start towards what it should be. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will now try to go back to Linda Himila, who was disconnected earlier, if you can hear me. Linda?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sorry about that. You had about 45 seconds left when I was disconnected.
Okay, I'm just going to restate part of what I already said. The task force is comprised of people who have bias against the police and who don't live here. One is even a council member in another city. They're using national talking points about police shootings in other cities to remove our police department. This isn't about public safety, it's political. And my last point is, I really want to stress that we need to put our faith in our police chief. She's wonderful, she's educated, she was hired to do a job because of her expertise. And I wish that we could just let her do her job and govern the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now go back to our next speaker, which is Sean Dunning, and I will call the next group of speakers: A. Frankel, James Lee, Andre Shoemake, Eli, Cynthia Hayden, Mark Wasberg, Tarnell Abbott, and device with number 690853. Sean Dunning.
Hi, good evening. Sean Dunning, a Richmond resident. I'm speaking to the City Council tonight about something that we haven't really heard about yet. I don't want to rehash all the arguments we've already heard. But at the heart of this is a serious conflict in our community. And when I say community, I'm referring to the entire Richmond community, all sub-communities, all 110 or 12,000 residents. And that, in fact, does have to do with fear. And rather than use fear as a criticism, I want to acknowledge that there's fear on all sides of this. I think if we want to take this serious as leaders in our city, both elected and otherwise, we should all be considering, why is it that some people fear the police and other people fear not having the police? If we get to the root of that, we will be light years ahead of every other place in the country. And guess what? Our community policing program that was nationally recognized was on course to do just that. By building relationships, by building partnerships. You've heard the testimony from countless residents who have talked about how we don't have the police now that we did in the 90s. The cowboys are gone. Please think about what it takes to resolve this conflict. When it comes to, obviously we're way too late in the game to be coming up with solutions, but I want to applaud the task force and the council and the staff for coming up with these options. And I'd like us to consider that really when it comes to finding the best solution, that compromise is really for losers. Compromise is for losers. The best win-win option here on the table is option F, and it allows us to address fear on both sides and ultimately work together as a community toward a better Richmond for all. And when I say all, I mean all. If we take that seriously, that's the most moral question. I haven't heard that discussed at all. So if we truly care about our community, instead of criticizing people who fear, how about we understand it and do something about it? Please vote on option F. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is A. Frankel.
Hi, I'm a Richmond resident, and I'm calling in support of the reimagining public safety recommendations. Our budget is the primary statement of our city's priorities: assisting our unhoused residents, providing youth job training and employment, properly responding to mental health crises, all speak to a priority of care and violence prevention. I thank the council for reaching out to hear all of your constituents, not just the ones who are able to participate in neighborhood councils or city council meetings. I support option E, and I thank you for treating people on both sides of this issue with respect and compassion. Thank you for having the courage to look for a better way to take care of Richmond and its people. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Lee. James?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is James Lee. I'm the president, CEO for Richmond Chamber of Commerce. I also sit on the task force. The business community is urging that the council support option F. First, the business community wants to support police chief to have adequate staff, allow her to do what we've hired her to do. She's an amazing chief, and she's been doing an amazing job, and we believe she needs all our support. Second, my concern is once we start to stray away from the budget that was set forth, that it would affect our business community, and it would affect the customers that may be coming into City of Richmond, and eventually potentially affect the city budget. So we're urging you, please support option F. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andre Shoemake.
Thank you to Honorable Mayor Tom Butt, Honorable Vice Mayor Johnson, to the distinguished members of the council. My name is Reverend Andre Shoemake, a resident of the city of Richmond. I come before you this evening in support of option F, which I believe creates a win-win situation for RPD, as well as recognize the incredible hard work that the Public Safety Task Force has put in. Now is the time to strengthen the relationship between RPD and the community, not to become adversaries. Option F would allow Police Chief French to have the reasonable staff that she needs to run the police department and keep all residents and businesses safe within the city. Option F, while not taking money from the police department, will, I repeat, will fund the ambitious programming recommended by the task force. When you start pulling funding from the police department, there will be unintended consequences. Unintended consequences, more shootings and homicides. Unintended consequences, more robberies. Unintended consequences, increase in drug dealing. Unintended consequences, elimination of funding to our pal, the Richmond Police Activities League, who serve thousands of Richmond youth each year. Unintended consequences, cause officers who currently with the department to leave the department. Unintended consequences, slower RPD response times. Unintended consequences, the police will only respond to felonies. Unintended consequences, complaints will have to be filed online. Unintended consequences, residents will feel unsafe. Unintended consequences, our beloved seniors will be afraid to go outside and visit their local parks. Unintended consequences, businesses will suffer loss. Unintended consequences, parents can't find jobs. Unintended consequences, there will be a lack of jobs for our youth. While option F is not perfect, it will allow the city and businesses to feel safe and recommended programming.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Cynthia Hayden.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cynthia Hayden. I'm a longtime Richmond resident. If I had to pick one, I would pick option F. However, like Naomi Williams, I have an option G. Disband the task force and start over with community and business input. This affects all of us who actually reside in and work in the city and our quality of life, as well as business attraction and retention. There are other funding sources for mental health and homeless task force, which really does need help. We need help with mental health and with homelessness. It's a dire situation right now. However, it has been shown that community policing does work. When we started heavily into community policing years ago, when Chris Magnus came, people started talking to the police. We've solved homicides because people were offering tips. Our officers went out into the community and they made connections, and those connections came forward with useful tips that helped solve some of our homicides. Without that community policing, we wouldn't have been able to do that. I think it's shameful that our officers have to wonder if they will have a job going forward. They put their lives on the line for us every day. And this is how we show our appreciation. This also affects San Pablo and El Cerrito PD, as I've spoken to some of their officers who are concerned because Richmond PD sometimes offers assistance to them when they need it. Your job is to listen to the community who overwhelmingly support not defunding the police department. Thank you. I hope you do your job.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
Well, you just hear from the expert, Andre Shoemaker. He knows Richmond. He knows what's going on. This task force was conjured up by the RPA on the Richmond City Council. Just a bunch of radicals out there who want to push their radical agenda. Statistics show anytime you defund the police, you have a higher crime rate. And this is going all across the nation right now, ever since the Floyd incident. Get rid of the police, and the crime rate has quadrupled. The only way we're going to get rid of the task force, we get rid of the city council, get a recall, get rid of these radical idiots you got on this city council. They don't care about you. They're only out to push their radical, stupid agenda. They don't care how many people are going to have to be murdered. They don't care how many people are going to be raped, going to get their cars stolen, be victims. As long as they're not a victim, they don't have nothing to worry about because they don't care. They just want to push their radical agenda. And you people talk about this stupid F, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. The bottom line is these people are going to have to go. We go with the recall because I got the information, because I can rally enough people in this city where we're going to get this piece of garbage off the city council. We don't need garbage like Aguado Martinez and all these McLaughlin. And for Andy DeSoto and for Beckles, you're talking out of your ass because you don't know a damn thing. Andy DeSoto, he lives in Concord. He moved out. He blew his way through life. He was never a criminal. Oh, yeah, he was arrested one time at a rally. He never been out there. So I'm telling all you people in Richmond, these people are going to have to go. It's the RPA that's doing this. They've been doing this ever since McLaughlin took charge of the city council. You have to gather with me for a recall because we can get enough votes to get this garbage off the city council.
Our next speaker is Tarnell Abbott.
Good evening, Tarnell Abbott. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, I live in Richmond. I do consider myself a member of the community. I've lived here for a very long time. In fact, my family has lived in the Bay Area for about, I think it's 5 generations, 6 generations. So, you know, I think I count as a community member. I also worked for the city of Richmond for 22 years as a librarian. And I think what I have seen over the many years that I've been here is that, you know, the crime goes up and down. And but what goes up is the police budget. And I have seen the library and the recreation services eviscerated because, you know, when times are hard, well, you cannot sacrifice the police. Everybody else can be sacrificed, but you can't sacrifice the police. And I'm sorry, but I'm not anti-police. I do have family members who are police. I have family members who have been in the criminal justice system. And I honestly think that prevention is the way that we have to go. And if you do not fund your community services, you can hire as many police as you want, and it's not going to have an impact on reducing crime. You have to you reduce crime by addressing the systemic problems that create crime, primarily economic income disparity, which is horrific in this country. Well, okay, maybe Richmond can't exactly address economic.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is device with number 69053, and I'll call the next group of speakers: Jane Carrant, Luis C., Alita Toure, Alex Mazouet, Aaron Watson, Steve Bischoff, Yenny Garcia, Jacqueline T., and Katrinka Ruck. Person with device 690853. Hello?
Hello.
Yes. Can you please state your name for the record?
Joe Fisher. Mayor Tom Button, members of the City Council. My name is Joe Fisher. I'm a resident here in the city of Richmond. And I currently serve as president of the Coordinator Neighborhood Council. But today, I stand under the umbrella of the Neighborhood Coordinating Council. This council represents over 30 communities, encouraging you to vote for option F. In spite of what Andrew Sotis had mentioned about the old leaders with the neighborhoods and things like that, I ask you a question: who would you rather listen to? People in the neighborhood councils, or people like Andre Sotis and people like him who do not live in the city of Richmond, don't even own a business in Richmond? I wonder how can you allow a person that does not live here, no interest here other than to govern us, and you allow outsiders to come in and govern us, and we elected you to represent us? I wonder how you would do that. But this past Saturday, I saw the press conference on Channel 4, which was organized by Anthony Joseph and Melvin Willis at City Hall. They both had stated that this is what the community wants, to defund the police and for all of these other things. They both stated that. They both absolutely, they lied. They actually took another page from Donald Trump's book of lying. That's what they did. You see, now they have a chance tonight that if they're supporting us.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Luis C. Luis?
Hello?
You unmuted me
Yes.
again. Oh.
Yes, go ahead, Luis.
Great. Good evening, Council. My name is Luis Chacon. I'm a member of the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. I'm here tonight advocating and supporting funding option E. The task force was created to move towards something different than the community policing model because it was deemed unrealistic to increase the police budget to properly implement that model with more officers. The charge was for the task force to seek better ways to support the community. This option is the outcome of ongoing collaboration and cooperation between the task force, community, and city staff. Tonight, I want to uplift the voices of people in our community who aren't here because local government and councils are and have been so mystifying, intimidating, exclusive, and racist on so many levels. It's this same exclusivity that's left our most vulnerable community members on the margins of the community's socioeconomic opportunities. It's those same community members who aren't benefiting from criminalization and incarceration. And it's those same community members who are in need of housing support, youth jobs, in need of mental health crisis support, and in need of support to ensure violence prevention and intervention. Now that those community members have a few voices in city government, people like Tom Butt are losing it. But it ain't about you, Tom Butt. It's about investing in sustainable and transformative safety for all, and investing in the people of this community who have for too long been excluded. I support option E. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alita Alston.
Yes, this is Alita Alston Torre. I am a resident in Richmond, and I am also a returning resident after being in college on the East Coast. I returned. And I do want to say that 38% of the incidents that Richmond police respond to are just like they were when I was here, just as they have been, the health and disturbances of the peace related. As a mother who had to stop a cop as I was going to the BART, taking my son to We Who Believe in Freedom Cannot Rest, Sweet Honey in the Rock concert. Yes, he's 18 now, but at that time being 14 and 6'4", it's not his fault. I think the majority of the people on the phone call must remember that mental health, behavioral health, substance abuse is a part of the elephant in the Zoom. And because you cannot see me, but know that perhaps I am a Black woman, and the disparities of what's happening with mental and behavioral health, despite the fact she is a police officer, that it's a Black woman, there's a difference. The Zoom says, just like Tulsa, Black Wall Street, just like George Floyd, there is a difference in where we need to put our resources. And the youth today, I believe in, they have the solutions, and we must be progressive, no matter how many others do not believe that this shouldn't happen. Why? Because resources are not there for those that cannot speak. I am blessed as a Black woman to speak. That's low income. Right? There are those of you that are homeowners. What about those that cannot speak that are on the streets today? What about those, my immigrant brothers and sisters? What about those when we talk about Palestine? There is so many reasons we must know there's crises, and that is the uprising we saw last year. There's a reason we're in these boxes. It's for us to remember what's most important, and is that we need these services, and we must look at option E. And remember, this reimagining is a new world. We want that for my son, for my children, and for the youth I work with right here in this city.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Alex Mazuet.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Alex Mazuet, a Richmond resident. I am also a member of the community, and tonight I speak in support of option E. What the task force is proposing here will not negatively impact our community, quite the opposite. The proposal seeks to increase public safety staff. It is not the work of the police to do community servicing. This role should be given to staff that specialize in violence prevention, mental health response, services for the unsheltered, and services for our youth. The task force recommends that the police responsibilities be reduced. It's just common sense. The police should work on making our city safer. That's its primary and most important mission. And community staff will do community work. This way, the police officers will have time. I live in Belden Woods, and I would love that the officer assigned to my district could address traffic issues, illegal parking, noise disturbances, dangers of fireworks, and illegal dumping. These are the most common issues Beldingwood residents consistently bring out at our neighborhood council meetings. Option E will give us all a balanced budget. Most probably, current police training and strategies to fight crime should be examined, taking into account the work and cooperation of the new community service staff. This is how we can economically and humanly decrease crime even more. Option E is the win-win. Let's allocate city funds in a more balanced manner. Let's work together. Let's have every city department and program fulfill its own mission, nothing less and nothing more. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Bischoff.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. I'm going to speak in favor of option F. I think it's sort of as close to win-win as we can possibly get at this point. It allows task force recommendations to start moving ahead, which is good. A number of them are very good recommendations. And it also allows time for, it also leaves us a police department that may be able to cope if we have a wildfire and we have to evacuate the community and a few other things like that. Right now, our police force is just barely able to keep up with what they've got, if they can even do that. If we have a situation where we need the police force, can't call neighborhood cities or any of that sort of thing, only way we're going to be able to get even close to that is to keep the budget as same as it is. The other thing I think is evident from tonight is that it's time to hear from the public on this. You know, you can tell we have a number of really different opinions, and hasn't always been clear that the council is really interested in hearing that. But I think after tonight, I hope that you will, and this will allow us some time to talk and try to find out where people would really like to go with this whole thing. And I think, you know, facilitating some dialogue between people would be nice too, because we do have some very severe disagreements and different perceptions of what's really happening. I think the other thing is that, you know, when you implement new programs, and of course the two of the programs are not new, but when you implement programs, you expect results immediately, you're fooling yourself. We're not going to get results immediately, just like the crisis support service kind of thing, which is great. I'm glad we're working on that, and I'm glad the county is working on that. But it's not going to change things overnight. So we really need to deal with the present, and as well as we talk about what we're going to do in the future. So please vote for option F. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yenny Garcia. Yenny?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Yenny Garcia, longtime Richmond resident. I'm the vice chair to the Community Police Review Commission, the CPRC. On June 2nd, the CPRC voted to recommend to the City Council that the funding for the task force recommendations not come from any police officer layoffs within the next budget year, and that permanent funding sources come from elsewhere and not the RPD budget. I support option F, and I urge you to select that as the best option to fund the proposals that the task force is recommending and that our city desperately needs. Please remember that we can only achieve greatness if we do it together and working collaborative with our community, informing us, helping us understand the process, the implementation plan. Claudia, you are our community, our liaison to the City Council at the CPRC. I'm hoping that you're able to hear our recommendation as a commission and support us as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacqueline T.
Hello?
Jacqueline? Yes,
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay. I ask that the City Council please consider option E, which includes the most recent revised budget recommendations by the task force. Option E will actually fund the necessary proposals with $6.4 million, with that coming from a combination of RPD vacancies as well as surplus funds. This option will not create layoffs of officers, and rather keep the number of active police officers the same. With option E, the public safety staff will be increased, and that new staff will actually enhance public safety by investing in young people, helping those who don't have housing, as well as helping individuals and families in personal crises. A welcome side effect of that will be that officers are freed up to concentrate on actual crime reduction. increasing the public safety staff is actually also a crime prevention method. And last not least, I really resent the constant talk about defunding the police. Nobody is talking about that. This is about reimagining the way we do safety in this town, and policing our way out of things is not the way. The past has shown that. And even if the mayor does leading questions to the police chief to make it look like, oh my God, all of a sudden no more police officers, that is politics. The truth of the matter is the task force proposal, option E, is the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katrinka Ruck, and I will call the next group. Michael Glickson, Annie Pinnell, Denny Kamfanthong, Chandra Davies, Ben Terrio, Sebastian Dalvand, Valerie Jameson, Marco Lemus, and Mark Parker. Katrinka?
Sorry about that. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, City Manager, and staff, my name is Katrinka Ruck, Richmond resident, and I'm submitting these comments on behalf of myself personally and also the Council of Business and Industries. First, we want to thank the task force for the hard work they've done in hearing community and business concerns and revising their recommendation to the City Council. We are in agreement with the task force and City Council's June 8th decision not to lay off any of the sworn police officers. Therefore, we support option F as in father, which is in alignment with our neighborhood council's recommendation and also supports the important programs that everyone has brought up. The neighborhood and business community are concerned with the council's decision to not fill the 12 vacant positions in the police department, which would leave us a total of 33 positions vacant over the fiscal years 20 to 22. We've seen an increase in crime in our business community, robberies, break-ins, and vandalism. Additional reductions in police budget and not filling vacancies will result in an environment of increased criminal activity. Look to Oakland, look to San Francisco and other cities. Our businesses will suffer through loss of customers, leading to lower revenue, lower business taxes to the city, increased businesses moving to a safer city, and an inability of us to support programs like YouthWorks. Fewer businesses equal fewer tax revenue for the city, which equates to fewer general fund monies and will not support any of the recommendations for the task force. So be vigilant and let's look at these programs and also let's measure their impact on how they do improve public safety over the next years. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Glickson.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. Yes. My name is Michael Glickson. I am a Richmond resident. I am speaking in full support of the task force work and option E. So there's been a lot of fear mongering going on, and I have to point to Mayor Tom Butt as the key instigator of this in his emails that go out. Fear mongering and, oh, the radicals are up to no good. So if I guess the people that want the work of this task force to go forward, then maybe it's reactionaries are the ones that are against it. So I really appreciate all of the comments that have been made. It's interesting that people want the community to be heard from, but only the parts of the community that support not taking any money from the police. All the rest of us, I guess we're not part of the community. I honestly think that what's going on here in Richmond is so important. We are responding to a national crisis. The police in general have too much power in our country. It goes back centuries. Yes, I think Richmond probably has a better police force than a lot of places, but they're still police and they have the police mentality. The option E is taking $2.3 million from the police budget as opposed to the original 10 point something million. So that's an 80% reduction in how much we would like the police force to contribute to these wonderful programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Annie Pinnell.
Hello. I am a resident of Richmond in District 6, and I'm requesting that the City Council approve option E to adopt the most recent revised budget recommendations by the task force. If we want to make our city safer, we have to invest in the youth and the unhoused people and offer new opportunities for people in crisis. I'm really frustrated by the messaging of Mayor Butt, the RPOA, and other officials whose attempts to stoke fear within the community and really misrepresent facts. This proposal increases the number of public safety staff, and we need to shift our ideas of who is doing public safety work. It seems like every one of these meetings that I show up to, Chief French updates us on new homicides. Murder is one of the worst possible crime scenarios, and police presence in our city isn't stopping that from happening. The institution of policing in America was quite literally created to criminalize being Black, to allow for legal slavery, and to protect white property. Richmond is really special, but it's not so special that this history doesn't inform our current system. The Public Safety Task Force has done a really phenomenal job of looking into how we can target the root causes of crime rather than come in after it's been committed and sweep up. Richmond has a really great opportunity right now to continue pioneering new ways of policing and public safety, just as they did with the ONS. It won't be perfect, but it will be better than what we're doing now, and we need to take that chance. This option allows police to continue to deal with matters that truly need police intervention. They will still have so much funding while improving overall safety by adding even more public safety workers. I really hope that City Council will approve option E, and I say that as a member of the community who has voiced my opinion and listened to many other opinions by other community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Denny Kamfanthong.
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Good evening. My name is Denny Campathon. I'm a lifelong Richmond and San Pablo resident. I attended Verde, Helms, and graduated from Richmond High in 2012, and currently work as the Richmond Community Organizer for the Asian Pacific Environmental Network. I come from a family of Laotian refugees and grew up in North Richmond during the 90s and 2000s, where I experienced acts of violence and trauma from police and my own community. In those times, I was demonized by police, labeled a gang member, and could have easily become a statistic of violence. But thanks to my mentors from the Southeast Asian Young Leaders and Southeast Asian Mentorship, who came together in the wake of gun violence within the Laotian community in Richmond to heal and guide young kids like me. They gave me and so many other youth love and support instead of intimidation and incarceration. They listened to my anger and pain when I've lost loved ones to gun violence and prevented me from becoming violent and choosing retaliation during those times. Thanks to them, I, a kid from North Richmond, was able to connect with youth from Central and South Richmond at the annual Youth, not police, but Youth, Stopping the Violence Summits that were held at Levon Dijon Middle School. I found a positive identity beyond the labels put on me by police and people that didn't understand my story. I'm grateful I survived those volatile years of my life because, especially since now I am working as a community organizer who's able to give back to the people of Richmond and work with youth from the SYEP program. I support option E because I believe it'll give these proposals the necessary and steady funding to community organizations, leaders, and mentors to do the essential work to heal and nurture people who need it the most, like me when I was growing up. So please support option E.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chandra Davies.
Hi, my name is Chandra Davies. I'm a member of the Richmond City Youth Council. The Youth Council was created to advise the City Council on matters that will affect the youth. That being said, as a member, I'm advising that you choose option E. Many public commenters claim that if we have less officers, we will fall into this crime-filled chaos. That's a bit of a slippery slope fallacy, but regardless, option E wouldn't be reducing the number of officers we have now. It doesn't involve laying anyone off, as many people were concerned about. Additionally, I don't see how spending $1.6 million on new vehicles will prevent crime and make anyone safer. We should instead be spending it on organizations and efforts that will get to root causes, that will serve as preventative measures, that will set our youth up for better futures, and even adult residents, specifically the unhoused, for a better, safer quality of life. I urge you to choose option E. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Terrio.
Hello, Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association and a task force member. This is how the whole thing began. Despite the selective amnesia of some, this council created a reimagined public safety task force to possibly change from the current community policing model. The task force was charged to come up with new ways to public safety that might not involve police as a first response. It might still be needed, but they wouldn't be the first response. Why? Well, due to the COVID-19 and other budget factors, the PD was not operating at 196 officers last year, but authorized for 177. This is last year's PD sworn officer positions. When did we have 196 officers? Well, that would be in 2014 when we had the lowest amount of homicides and shootings in decades. Now we're authorized 157. Option E is going to take us to 145, a number not seen since I was hired 13 years ago and during the peak of homicides and shootings in the city. Everyone is for the listed community programs, even those in the police union. What we are not for is further defunding. Why? Because it has already happened, and for all the third-party groups having their members call in with their scripts, that's just the cold, hard truth. As for Chief French, let her do her job. She's the only Black and Latina police chief in the entire state of California, and she's been lied on and treated poorly during this process. People can say it's not about her, but task force members, their friends, and even some council members have treated her with immense disrespect just because they disagree with her professional opinion and with plain, cold, hard facts that she's provided they simply just didn't want to hear. That can be applied to city staff as well. People have been treated poorly. Once the task force was hijacked, it became the defund RPD Express, full steam ahead. Task force members that didn't want what the agenda were shouted down. City staff, like I said, was treated like garbage, and some council members even facilitated this, in some cases participated. There's a classic phrase, show me, don't tell me, and that sums it up nicely.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sebastian Dalvand.
Hello, my name is Sebastian Dalvan, and I am also a member of the Richmond City Youth Council. Now, I think, first off, it's pretty hypocritical of the majority of the speakers beforehand who claim to speak for the youth when the actual youth have been waiting for so long to get their voice in and their voice heard. And as a member of said youth, I have lived in Richmond for pretty much my entire life, and it's just kind of, I think it's kind of crazy that people want to say, oh, the youth want this and the youth want that, when you're just drowning out the actual youth who want to speak. And I would say that we on the Richmond City Youth Council support option E because it actually is a reduction in what the original goal of the task force was supposed to do. It is the compromise option. And frankly, it is the best option to both invest in our community and in our youth and also keep us safe. And I believe that it's an important distinction to make when people say, they talk about public safety workers as opposed to police, as if because they're two different things, when in reality, they should be the same thing. But the fact that they're not, I think, says a lot about where we are as a country, as a society. And I really just think that using this money to better help crime prevention as opposed to policing is the best way forward. And I would like to remind all of the council members that the youth are watching and the youth are listening, and we will closely follow the verdict. And we are the future of Richmond, so we will be voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Valerie Jameson. Valerie?
Good evening. My name is Valerie Jameson, Richmond resident. I'd like to speak in favor of the amended recommendations that are put forward by the Reimagine Task Force. For me, I want to acknowledge the work that's been done across the 8 months that I'm sure has included long hours for both staff and the community. The purpose of crafting community ad hocs and task forces are so that they can do the work of researching and looking through informed solutions and best practices for implementation. I firmly believe in deeper investments going to preventative care, upstream solutions, as well as the decriminalization of our most vulnerable and unhoused community members, which is why I'm in support of the task force recommendations. But I'm not on the task force. I'm trusting of the process. And I believe that in the decision today, it shouldn't be based on who's speaking and who's like the decisions made based on a whim. Should be about what's been those informed recommendations that have come through that process. And it speaks to not only community members' desires, but experts who have gone through and been in that process week by week. This may be a little telling of the amount of community meetings that I've attended, of council meetings, but I was actually a part of the debate last year when the motion was put forward. And ultimately that motion did lift up the desire to transition the police department that was previously structured with a particular community policing model in place and after the hiring freezes towards one that was more sustainable and conducive of downsizing their function and role in community safety. So I just want to lift up that this isn't coming out of nowhere. I think that this has been a process that many of us have been listening in and engaging in for some time. So I really want to encourage the support of the work that's been done and cultivated over that time period, not necessarily coming with, decisions in the 11th hour. So I do hope that you support the work of the task force moving forward. And thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marco Lemus.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the police have a closure rate for violent crimes at 12%. If we double their money and make it 80% of the city budget, does it suddenly become 24%? How does this work? The RPD always talk about how they don't have money. How much money is enough? There isn't enough in reality. And the last few weeks felt like the police taking advantage of our trauma. We live in this danger, not police. If your job is difficult to do, why don't you listen to us when we tell you how? Defunding defunding doesn't mean we're erasing all this money. It means we're reinventing it. And it'll help even the police with their dispatching and better futures for our youth, for our houseless neighbors. The mayor keeps making it a big deal about where people live for a task force, but he doesn't have the same energy for people with a gun roaming our streets. And how can you say police deal with a lot but incentivize people with a $2,500 reward to bombard dispatchers with something as small as fireworks? This is what $26 million gets you? Our city is on fire and people are not well. Police say they can't do anything until someone is killed or seriously injured when we do call them. This is not safety. Safety is when my houseless neighbors are healthy, when my neighbors' kids have a future, when we have trauma-informed practices, not trauma-inducing cycles. I'm wondering what even is the incentive for the police and police union to reduce violence if it seems to be their only justification for their existence. It should be ingrained in their model to dissolve eventually, shouldn't it? Why would I want to keep Richmond dangerous? I hear a lot of fear coming from pro-police people. I wonder if it'd be different if we had a Richmond mental health service. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Parker, and the next group of speakers are Jamie McBean, phone number ending in 4440, Kat Ramos, Eddie Chacon, Garland Ellis, phone number ending in 1383, phone number ending in 6656, Richard Salazar, Carlos Lemus, and Vernon Whitmore. Mike Parker.
Thank you. I'm unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Hi, thank you. Mike Parker, Richmond resident. I want to speak in favor of option E. I'd like to ask the question, how do police make us safe? The main argument is that police serve as a deterrent to crime. People will not do crime because they are afraid of being caught and facing the consequences. In fact, this is a discredited theory which has led to school to prison pipeline, mass incarceration, 3 strikes laws, which makes this the most jailed country in the world, and where the majority of those in jail are people of color, because those are the people who look like the possible troublemakers. But fear of the police doesn't actually stop people from committing crimes of rage or crimes of perceived necessity. That's already proven. Police are bandages in response to problems in society. Now, I believe we need bandages. We need people to follow up after crimes. We need police to look at dealing with things after they've happened, but they don't address the causes of crime. So we could probably use more police. We definitely need more fire, and we need more libraries. We need the streets cleaned up. We need the homeless housed, and we need jobs for youth. The city doesn't have the resources to do all of these things. So we have to lay them all out and decide how we divide up our precious resources among them. I would argue that 40% to the police and a few percent to the services is not a good balance. Option F is just avoiding the issue, pretending the money we will be using just happens to be there. No, it's going to be taken from something else. We have to be responsible and make hard choices and do the things which can truly contribute to reducing the causes of crime, not keep things the way they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jamie McBean.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jamie McBean. I'm calling to show my support for option E. A caller asked earlier about the fear of police versus fear of life without the police, and I think it's pretty clear. Since the creation of the police state generally, it's existed to protect some members of the community at the expense of others, usually black and brown folks in the community. And when that entrenched system is threatened in any way, the people the system was designed to protect get scared by that. And let's be clear, whether we're talking about stop and frisk, broken windows policing, or community policing, the objective and outcome are still the same: over-policing of communities of color. If you don't vote for option E, you're accepting this reality. You're okay ignoring the harm that the police are currently causing in our community. You're accepting that the stories of personal suffering, pain, and legitimate cries for help from the community don't matter enough to try to take real steps to make that right. Honestly, the least that we can do and the least that the council can do is vote for option E and really start taking the steps that this community actually needs to making sure that safety is upheld and that the folks in this community are getting the help and getting the support that they really need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 4440. Can you please state your name for the record?
You are unmuted. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. My name is Raul Vasquez. I'm with the community group ACE. We are asking the city council to approve option E, which includes most received budget recommended by the task force to fund the program proposal by 6.3 million. We funding community from combination of police department vacancies and surplus fund. We are community oriented and are compromised in the interest of the community. This most recent proposal will not lay off police officers. People opposed to the program constantly stated proposals are good, but officers should not be laid off. That is the direction of the most recent recommendation goes. We are not defunding the police. We are keeping the number of the active police officers at the same. Over the last 10 years, Richmond has invested in real community safety programs, OINS, RYSE, re-entry sources, and this is what has made Richmond safer. The task force plan about explaining programs that are making Richmond safer. This is a racial inequality issues last year. 40% of youth wars participants were below the poverty level with the household income of less than $20,000. None of these participants commits are criminal action during the program. This is true and prevention. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kat Ramos.
All right, good
Kat?
evening.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, I'm Kat Ramos, a resident of Richmond and coordinator of the Community Grassroots Coalition, Richmond Our Power. We support option E. There's a scarcity of resources that the most underserved in our community need access to. The Richmond Our Power Coalition is in support of reallocating funds to support community safety programs that target the root causes of homelessness, gun violence, mental health crises, racial profiling, and youth unemployment. The reinvestment into community safety programs would be a small portion of a large budget for a department that responds after crime has happened or responds with inadequate tools to de-escalate crises. As a coalition consisting of 9 grassroots organizations, predominantly stewarded by longtime residents of Richmond, many of us have experienced the lack of safety existing in the city. The city of Richmond needs to reinvest in a public safety system that reflects our values and priorities for all community members. We work hard to bridge resources and knowledge for our community in a way that doesn't erase the humanity of our beloved residents, but rather honors it. The services offered through these programs in this reallocation plan would directly benefit our youth, working members, and elders, all of whom we interact with daily, who we live next door to, and who we share the same needs and concerns with. We need you to reimagine how we address problems through prevention, intervention, proaction, instead of reaction. And for that reason, we are all, the 9 organizations within the coalition that are all grassroots, supporting option E. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eddie Chacon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, City Council. My name is Eddie Chacon. I am a member of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. I also work in the community serving youth who are the future of the city. I grew up in this community, graduated from Ford Elementary, Adams Middle School, Richmond High School, went off to UC Davis and came back to this community because I believe that the real change comes from those who grew up in our community. I will always have a deep-rooted connection to the community of Richmond, not only because I grew up here and will die doing my work here, but I do believe that if the city can meet the needs of our most vulnerable, then our city can thrive and work together for a better future. I'm here in full support of option E. The city of Richmond gives $67 million to Richmond Police Department, which is about 40% of the city funds, for a department that historically has murdered and sexually assaulted our community members, but has not put forward forms of accountability. Yet, community services only receives about 2%. Option E also does not lay off any police officers, which some community members are concerned about, but it does address the disparities and inequity in the community regarding tax dollars. Let's not forget that the safest communities have the most resources and not the most police. This is not a defund the police campaign, rather a reallocating budget to our most vulnerable communities. And I appreciate City Council members uplifting Juneteenth, but I remind you that Juneteenth is about celebrating freedom and liberation. How can we celebrate freedom and liberation when our first response is incarceration and not care? The history of policing begins with the slave patrols. How will you help our real Richmond community seek their freedom and liberation? Give our community what they need, which is resources. A lot of people that have called in believe that
Thank you. Your
mental
time
health.
has expired. Our next speaker is Garland Ellis.
Hello, my name is Garland Ellis. I've lived in Richmond for 65 years, lived, worked, gone to school here. I've seen a lot of politicians come and go and a lot of social programs developed and fail. Some of them have even been successful, and those that have are probably still around. The proposal's been put forth to take some of the money away from the police with option E. The problem is you're going to keep the same number of police, but you're going to take away some of their tools, which makes it more difficult for them to operate with the number of staff that they have. I would have to state that I support option F. And that is only as a compromise. We actually need more police in Richmond. On a national trend, crime is rising. And most cities are having to deal with more crime, more homicide, more serious crime, and lesser crime. City of Oakland went through the same social experiment a year ago. They laid off a bunch of officers. Crime went up in all areas. Within a year, what did they do? They rehired 50 to 60 officers back again. Why can't we learn from their mistake? And why can't we be smarter and at least try to keep what we have? People are wanting money. If you've got a great program, present it to a grant program. They give away all kinds of money from the state, the county, and if you can show them a good proposal, I'm sure they'll go for it. Just like they've proposed things for the city of Richmond, and they go for it. We need more police.
Thank you. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 1383. Please state your name for the record.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Flora, ¿estás ahí? Okay, I'm gonna translate for Flora back. So she's gonna start and I will translate for her. So you need to give me more time than what you are giving, okay?
Yes, we usually give more time. Go ahead.
Okay, Flora, puedes empezar.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Flora Bach.
Good night, my name is Flora Bach.
Vivo en Richmond y soy del grupo AC.
I live in Richmond and I'm a member of ACE.
Quiero pedir que se apruebe
I want to ask that you approve
el presupuesto que pide
the budget that is being requested
el grupo de
the grupo de Reimagine Safety, Public Safety. Síguele.
seguridad pública.
Ya lo dije, ok. ¿Sigue?
Ya, es necesario
Sigue más, sigue más.
para la emergencia pública para llegar
Is necessary for the safety public.
primero para evitar más violencia.
To avoid more violence. ¿Y qué más?
Y que cada día si se pide más el dinero y no se mejora la educación.
And the police is asking for more money, and I think they should go for more education. ¿Qué más?
Es necesario que haya
Habla más rápido, ok. ¿Sigue? Sigue, Flora.
a donde lleve el 40% la policía y que haya más respeto.
Sigue, yo lo traduzco. Sigue.
Okay. Haya más respeto público. Gracias.
She said that the police is getting 40% of the budget, and she said that the police needs to have more respect for the community. ¿Es todo tienes otro, puedes hablar más? ¿Es todo, Flora?
Es todo. Gracias.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Salazar.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Richard Muro Salazar. I'm a longtime Richmond citizen and community member. I've been I worked with youth for give or take 12 years, from ages 5 to 15, and always been dedicated to the city of Richmond. And I'd like to urge the Richmond City Council to support option E, which are supporting option E because we all know that the system that we currently have is just not working, and I think we can all agree that it doesn't work locally, is not working nationwide, and to continue down the same road of the continuation of the system is just insanity. Is just expecting something different with the same actions. We need a completely new road. We need something different, something that's going to work for all the community members, that's going to work, that's going to benefit our youth and our kids in our communities, to continue down the same road. There's just no change and nothing different for future generations. And I just want to say that I'm just want to urge our elderly community in Richmond, because I hear the lack of their support towards the youth, and and not willing to support or budge on some of these issues, and to just the fact that there's a task force and we're months of meetings, and so there's obviously a problem, and that the system does not work, and we need something new, something that's going to benefit our children here in Richmond. Please support option E.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carlos Limas.
Hello?
Carlos?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, City Council. I want to express my support for option E. My name is Carlos Lemos. I'm a lifelong Richmond resident and also not a member of RPA or never been to their meetings and all that. I'm just saying that because I feel like it's been very important and people are overly obsessed over some of those details. I just want to make sure I'm not labeled, but yeah, I just want to also express my gratitude for the community volunteers that contributed so many hours doing the work for the task force that they were supposed to do a year ago when this all started. I can honestly say there's never been so much engagement in communities of Richmond that are often left out of these decisions, but live with the impacts every single day. Normally, it's been people of certain skin complexion or age range. So I love the diversity and dialogue and involvement of so many people in this process. There's been meetings like every week, so it's not just a reckless or exclusive process. Sometimes it was hard to go to every meeting, but I can say that it's been a big lift to do so much research, roundtables, accessible data, info, transparency, and so much trust, despite so many things against you, misinformation, misframing of things. And basically the community just wanted to do something in response to police brutality that's happened for so long, even though people like Tom Butt think that this is just a quote, quote, George Floyd incident, like he said a year ago when he wanted to reduce the 100% of the police department, which is how all this got started. But yeah, they did this all with this all stacked against them. And I was happy to be part of it for most of it. And I hope that the city council supports option E, which will really invest in the community, and that the framing that the police is in Richmond is not the same as in the nation, even though in the past 10 years have been caught in murders and sex scandals and corruptions and cover up just in the past 10 years. And we're lucky for families and individuals that come forward to speak.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Vernon Whitmore, and I'll call the next group: Carrie Contreras, Mary Stevens, Monica Diaz, Tamisha Walker, phone number ending in 4690, Miss Dandy, Kamal Hassan, Eli, Kevin Tisdale, and Pam Stello. Vernon Whitmore.
Hello, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Johnson, and members of the City Council. Vernon Whitmore, President of the Santa Fe Neighborhood Council. I guess I've gotten a tag as being an old conservative. I thought I was pretty progressive or a diehard liberal. But anyway, moving on, I just wanted to say that we support option F. Feel that's really a win-win all the way around. I sent a letter earlier, so I won't go through that, but I would like to say we support all the social components because every day we see it in Santa Fe. We see the homeless at Southside Park. We see it in the cul-de-sacs from South 2nd Street all the way to Harbor Way. We see the mental ill walking down the middle of the street. However, and we do help our youth at Needham School and at Leadership Public Schools. So we definitely believe in social services. However, we need the police. I miss the days when we could call Lieutenant Pickett, now Assistant Chief Toronto, and say, we need help. So we have street drugs, drug houses, prostitutes on Ohio, and we have the new fireworks issue that someone kind of played off. However, as a Vietnam combat vet, the fireworks definitely affect, and we have a veteran center right here in Santa Fe. So there's a lot of things that go on both issues, but we need the police in Santa Fe. We need our residents to be safe. The community has really changed, and we get phone calls every day from residents that need help because they're too scared to call the police, and we're here to help. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Contreras. Carrie? Can you please unmute yourself? Okay, we'll come back to Carrie. Our next speaker is Mary Stevens.
Good evening, Mayor Butts, Vice Mayor, and the rest of the City Council. My name is Mary Savoy Stevens. I am a member of the Park Plaza Neighborhood Council. I moved to Richmond in 1954, and I've been an active member, really trying to figure out what's going on in our city for about the last 5 years. Question I have is, I support option F. And why I do, though, I want to be clear that I understand that we need mental health, the youth programs, the homeless, all of that's really, really seriously important to every single citizen that I know. But the other thing is our police need retraining. When I reimagine our police department, it's not to get rid of any of them, but it's for Chief French to put in the necessary training changes that need to make this organization be able to be what we would like of the police. So it's almost like all of these ideas the task force have come up with, I love them. But the reality is, to me, it's been too rushed. We don't have the people in place that could really make a difference. So our police department isn't right at this point for a lot of people. And these new programs need a lot more work. So it's like, why can't you get the police and the task force together and people here in our community that are active every day, like the councils, and really come up with a better program? But I support F. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Contreras?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Carrie Contreras. I have been in Richmond all my life, 4th generation. So my child goes to the same elementary school as her great-grandparents. But I am married to a Native Indigenous man whose ancestors have been on this land for hundreds of generations. I support option E, and the reason why is because I think for the hundreds of years that this country has been in existence, the way the police state has been created, I heard somebody speak on this earlier, it's the root of the problem. So we always rely on police to solve all the problems, when in fact, police are not the only keepers of social safety. And so we have to really take a look at how we can change things. And violence prevention, mental health response, services for the unsheltered, youth jobs, these are not things that are going to make the police less effective. They're going to, in fact, make the police more effective because they won't be needed as much. But unfortunately, you know, you have a lot of people who, you know, our community is very divided. And so I think that being in the progressive Bay Area, because that's where we are progressive, this is the Bay Area, it's time for change. We need to be the ones who, and actually we're not even the first ones to do this. Denver, other places have been doing this with success. So to say, oh, Oakland was unsuccessful, you have to look at why Oakland was unsuccessful. Okay, there's reasons to that, but it doesn't mean that we can't be successful. We can. So option E, I put in my vote for that. And I hope that we will come together as a community and understand that this is for everyone, including the Black and brown folks in our community, Native, Indigenous. So option E, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Monica Diaz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Monica Diaz. I am a member of the community, was raised in Richmond, attended Chavez Elementary, Helms Middle, and graduated from Richmond High, and currently work in Richmond. I urge City Council to consider and approving and implementing option E. We need a proactive model of safety that invests in youth, the unhoused, and offers more mental health resources. This will help people be and act safer. Police does not own safety. Community investment does. We need to invest in programs that focus on preventing crime and not on institutions that react to it. And I'm hearing all this talk about folks being so worried about where people in the task force live, but yet I don't see some of those same people question where all these police officers reside. Yet they're the ones coming into our communities and over policing us, over policing people of color. How come there's no issue with that? Folks in the task force have lived in Richmond, worked in Richmond, and are dedicated to serving the community they grew up. But unfortunately, we're forced out due to gentrification and not being to purchase a home here due to the high prices. If anything, this should go to show how much these folks really care about Richmond and are willing to put in so much work to move Richmond forward and invest in the people who make the community a community. Police are corrupt, plain and simple. Too much money is being put in their pockets and not enough going to serving the people. Think about that. If you really care about Richmond, you should support option E. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tamisha Walker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Tamisha Walker, Executive Director of Safe Return Project and Richmond native. I grew up in Richmond on the corner of 8th and Pennsylvania and have experienced crime in the city, harm in the city, but I've also experienced great transformation in the city of Richmond. I've gotten to build relationships with people who wanted to see Richmond move forward and walk the streets with community members for over 4 years to reduce violence and engage our community and let them know that we see you and that we want Richmond to be a safer community. I want to thank Mr. Shoemake for highlighting all the unintended consequences of not investing in community resources in the city of Richmond. I also want to thank him because he intentionally made it clear that the intentional consequences of the war on drugs are existing still today in our community. E is for equity. We need to continue to move these efforts forward for our communities. Morally bankrupt systems do not help folks who live on the fringes of society or frontline communities live safely. We need to quit investing in morally bankrupt systems and start investing in community and community resources and give people options. You can't say you want public safety and people to make different choices and not provide the options to choose from. I hope everyone here today understands that this is not an outright assault on the police department or even the chief. It would be a grave miscarriage of justice to not move forward with the task force recommendation of option E tonight, because community worked so hard to move these efforts forward. Richmond will always be in my heart. I work in Richmond. People who I love reside in Richmond, and I have a brother who died in Richmond.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker is phone number ending in 4690. Please state your name for the record. Phone number ending in 4690. Hello?
Hi, my name is Abe Navarro. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can begin.
Okay, so I'd like to state, I'm probably going to go over some things that people have already said, but I am in support of option E because we are in a pandemic and seeing the effects of it. Increased crime probably is not due to people like neighborhood watches and task force such as this, but actually desperation due to the pandemic, the layoffs, the joblessness, the homelessness, and I don't know how police are going to correct that issue, especially when they have since we all have a history of criminalizing poverty and criminalizing homelessness. So I think we give it a shot. I think we do what's best for our city, because Richmond, as someone else said, is not unique or so unique that the causes of crime, such as desperation, homelessness, all these needs that cause people to commit, crime is not factors in its crime rate. I hope that's clear. So yeah, I'm in support of option E, and I hope that we give this new program a chance and actually act on some of the things that I, as a third generation Richmond resident, marched for to Community Hall with other members of Richmond. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Dandy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening and thank you, everyone. My name is Ms. Dandy and I will be supporting option F, Chief French and the Richmond Police Department. As we sit here and talk about 40% of the budget that goes to the police, we forget that it's not just for their salaries. The budget also goes to programs such as the dispatchers, the Explorer program, PAL, new cadets, the building in which the police department is housed, the jail, computer systems, and of course, the administration. We can sit here and battle what the police have done to the community and what they haven't done. What we haven't talked about is what the police have done. I will guess 90% of the time when folks call 911, they want the police to come. Most of the time, it's the folks who are calling 911 are the people that want to defund the police. Each and every one of us have utilized 911 at some point. If you can say that you have not used 911, you have utilized the police. The problem is we continue to discuss what's going on across the United States. Let's focus on just Richmond. We can discuss Petey Perez's, Kevin Franklin's, and how we can continue to stop situations like that and never to reoccur. Those officers and that chief are no longer here in Richmond. So let's give Chief French her rite of passage as a Black woman and the chief of police of Richmond to provide those things not to happen again. The programs that the task force are proposing, none of those programs address that crime travels. Those are local crimes. It will take years for them to be effective. And in the interim, are we supposed to just sit here and have our public safety be put to further risk? More and more crime will continue to come to our way in waves as we wave the white flag to the criminals and send a bat signal to the whole Bay Area to come to Richmond and commit your crimes, since we don't have adequate policing. Disband that task force and put community members that live in Richmond who should make decisions for the city, who live and sleep here. Support option F.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kamal Hassan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. If I had more time to speak, I would take the time to let my head settle from its spinning after all of these scare tactics, fear mongering, character assassination, and downright trickeration that I've heard here tonight, beginning with the hey, what do you say? How many crimes happened in Richmond today that was started by some of the members of the city council. A budget is a statement of values. A city budget that has 40% of its general fund allocated to policing is basically communicating that courts, cops, and jails and probation are more important than human services. I also do not agree with this attempt to create a situation where there's the good Richmond residents and the bad ones, and the police need to stand in the middle and protect the good ones from the bad ones. I support selection E of the proposals. None of these proposals defund the police, but what most of them do is reallocate funds so that human services and equity and justice will have their proper place in the city. I am a pastor serving at Sojourner Truth Presbyterian Church in Richmond, and I believe that we can and must do better if we are serious about supporting the chief of police and providing crisis units and services and employment that create less harm in our communities, more opportunity, and more justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eli.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, it's Eli Moore, Richmond resident.
Could you open the door, please?
Can y'all mute?
Just leave it open.
Can y'all hear that?
Yes, I'm not sure who that
Yeah,
was.
that's what I said.
Tell me when I should start.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So a study just came out that actually looked at the cost of homicides in Richmond in terms of the policing, the courts, all the different taxpayer money that gets spent when there's a homicide, and it adds up to 2.5 million. So that's the price tag after the fact. Or you could think about it as the savings if we can prevent homicides from happening. And that's really what we're talking about here. We're talking about how do we invest in prevention? How do we invest in proactive responses that will actually save us money in the long run? And I think Richmond has really proven in the last one that everybody's paying attention, but there have been multiple studies looking at the approaches in Richmond. And one of the really like the heart of that work is to support people who have transformed their own lives and have made it out and are opening up opportunities for others in the community to do the same, right? So it's kind of a basic principle. If you have direct experience about going through trauma, going through incarceration, going through all those challenges, and then transforming your life and making those decisions to get on the right path, and then you have that direct experience, you have that wisdom, and you can give back and you can help others do the same. And so that's getting to the heart of it. And I just think that we're losing sight of the beauty in that and the success in that. And we're trying to solve problems with police that cost, some of these cops are taking home $300,000 a year, and we're sending them out to do things that they have zero training on, when we could spend a fraction of that and prevent those situations from even happening. It's a failing approach that is extremely expensive. $67 million is a ridiculous amount of money. And so I just think we need to actually come together and talk.
Cut him off. Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Kevin Tisdale.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon or good evening, Mayor and City Council. Kevin Tisdale, Code Enforcement Officer, Vice President, SCAU Richmond Chapter. I have concerns about the proposed funding in the millions slated to go to SOS and the unhoused intervention for homeless encampment cleanups, trash pickups, and other services. Currently, the city employs both full-time and part-time SEIU members to clean the city and maintain healthy environments by conducting abatement warrant cleanups, board ups, overgrown vegetation removal, cleanups within and maintenance within city parks, on city property, and public right-of-ways. These units, the parks and abatement divisions under the Public Works Department, have had their budgets limited and their staff reduced over the past several years. We want to implore you to invest funds in services that are already occurring. These units are being used to, remove countless truckloads of debris from the Greenway and both the Ryden Road and Castro Street encampments. They currently have the vehicles, the equipment they need, such as front end loaders, and the appropriate operators to utilize the equipment. But more importantly, the training and expertise to handle the unspeakable hazards and biohazards, specifically hepatitis, tuberculosis, hypodermic needles, buckets of urine, bloody rags, etc., that are found around the city and specifically around encampments. The city currently has agreements and subsidies with Republic Services for these units to dump their loads. Utilize the staff and services that you currently maintain. So, we want to call for fiscal prudence. These members are in need of your support, and more importantly, the community is deserving of the appropriate level of service, specifically as the community continues to complain about the appearance of the city. More funding will reduce the visual blight, overgrown vegetation on medians and city property, and reduce the illegally dumped items found around the city. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pam Stello, and I'll call the next group: Daisy Madriz, Leah Jarvis, Jane Corrant, Kalia Shiva Mishik, phone number ending in 6656, Jonette Newton, Sonia Sanchez, Justice, and Chris Mejia. Pam Stello.
Good evening. My name is Pam Stello. I'm a Richmond resident. First, contrary to Mr. Fisher's earlier comment, Andres Soto works in Richmond as a Richmond organizer for Communities for a Better Environment. He's deeply invested in Richmond and works hard for the city. He's a member of the Richmond community. I'm angry about attacks like that on community members and on council members, misinformation about the task force and the proposals, and about hardworking advocates, and misinformation from our mayor, who should inform residents and not intentionally misinform. Thank you to the task force for your hard work. I urge you to approve option E. This option will not lay off officers. Active police officers will remain the same. 62% of calls to the police are low priority, which can be better handled by community responders. And this allows police officers to focus on the work for which they are trained. The investment in the task force proposals will increase the number of public safety staff in the city, not reduce it. And it's an important change in how we think about public safety and who does public safety work. It's about addressing root causes. We do not have crime because we have bad people. We have crime because we do not invest in people equally. Investing in our residents, our youth, unhoused, and vulnerable members of our community is investing in community safety. Investing in the task force proposals is an important paradigm shift that will save lives and make our communities much safer. Please approve option E. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daisy Madriz.
Hello?
Yes. Hi.
Okay. I'm just making sure you can hear me. Hi, my name is Daisy Madriz. I've been a member of the Richmond San Pablo community my 31 years of life, and I'm here to advocate and support for option E. First, I want to thank the task force for all of their hard work in developing these recommendations. I think it speaks volumes that the folks that are opposed to these recommendations continue to personally attack members of the task force, as opposed to participating in genuine conversations about community safety. I ask you all to think about how you define community safety. You continue to talk about community safety, but you don't actually define what community you're speaking of. Who are you truly trying to protect? Are you truly talking about community safety or your personal safety? When y'all speak about police losing their jobs, which isn't even true, you're focusing on their personal safety and not the safety of the entire community. When you name sex workers, youth, houseless folks as a problem, you are not talking about community safety. You're talking about your safety from other community members. So think about that. Community safety includes all members of our community. We cannot pick and choose who we protect. Community safety means we invest in supporting everyone, not in locking them up. We need to humanize, not criminalize our people, and listen to our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leah Jarvis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Leah Jarvis, and I want to voice my support for option E. The police have far too much money and power in the United States, and that includes in Richmond, where spending per capita on police is far higher than in many major cities across the United States. I think that reducing police presence in our communities is and should be part of the solution. Fear-mongering is often used and is being used in this conversation to justify police budgets, but police always say that they need more money regardless of whether crime is increasing or decreasing. And that is really what has led to today's situation of mass incarceration. But police don't heal communities and they don't prevent crime. They respond to crime that has already happened and in many cases cause more harm. This is why we need to invest in long-term community-based solutions with sustainable city funding that over the years will revitalize our community and provide opportunities and reduce crime more effectively than police do or could. So I urge City Council to support option E and to see a reduction in police budget, not as an unfortunate side effect of these programs, but as part of the solution itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jane Carant.
Good evening. Thank you all for your patience, and I hope that you are listening. I hope that you are listening particularly to our youth who are urging us to reimagine what we consider to be a safe community. A public safety system where only some people feel safe is a broken system. What's safe for me, particularly, may not be safe for somebody else. And I think we all realize that interactions with the law often end in arrest. That's what police officers are trained to do. They're trained to address and ultimately penalize violations of the law. It is not their business to be treating people, intervening in crisis situations, caring for people, building up people's support systems. They are not even when they're trained in crisis intervention, we get many situations where they are simply escalating. Unnecessarily dispatching an armed officer is a potentially lethal act, especially for our communities of color and people with disabilities. This is an equity issue. Black people in particular are 3 times more likely than white people to be killed by the police, 3 times more likely to experience threat, if not being killed, non-lethal force. So please listen to that part of the community who wants us to try something different. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kalia.
Hello.
Hi, you can go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I am part of the youth. So all the adults that are talking prior for youth, I am part of it. And the ones that are saying Measure E, I do not agree. My name is Kalia Nandy Evans. I am a Richmond Youth resident. I am a member of the Richmond Youth Fund Council, a Richmond explorer, and as a 19-year-old Black Asian woman that has to take BART and bus to come home late at night after work, I feel safe with the police patrolling while I'm walking home from work. Which one of you will take me home after I get off of work if my mother or Uber cannot take me home? I have worked with the mental health and homeless and seeing the police actually help and house homeless families that are in need. I am youth with a voice, and I support option F. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shiva Mishik.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Shiva Mishik. I'm a Richmond resident, and I'm calling in support of option E. I wanted to share my experience working in San Quentin prison for several years as a teacher. I was in charge of a classroom of 20 men, all of whom were illiterate and could not write their own names, needed help learning the alphabet, could not write home to their families whatsoever. And so my job was to teach these men from age 30 to age 60 the alphabet. And most of them were in San Quentin for crimes of desperation that had turned violent. And I think that any of us can agree that if you live in today's society and don't know how to read and don't know the alphabet, then there's very little way to support yourself than to turn to crime. I think that any of us in that situation would likely do the same to support our families. I think that most of us, if we take a step back, can think about what drives crime. And, of course, there are always going to be, psychopaths and depraved people, but most of us are one step away or several steps away from doing whatever we need to do to take care of our families. And I think that when we think about public safety, we have to think about the safety nets that all of us have that keep us away from committing crimes to survive. I don't think that any of us, I think all of us should go to bed thanking our lucky stars that we don't have to commit crimes to survive. And I think that that's much more common than the junk we see on TV about sociopaths and all that kind of stuff. And I think that these proposals actually envision a world that creates safety nets so that people don't have to commit crimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 6656. Can you please state your name for the record?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear?
Yes.
Hi, good evening to the mayor and the council members and vice mayor. I am Patricia Aguiar. I am a organizer in Richmond. I've been in the last 5 years, seeing the problems and how they grow in Richmond. And right now with the pandemic, I mean, it's not the end totally. A lot of people have a lot of issues, and some of them are really afraid to even call the police. You can see what happened to Clara and her experience with the police. This means the police is not being trained. They need more training, and they need to get organized to work differently on what they're doing. I'm not against the police. I'm against not a police that doesn't listen to the community and protect the community. So for that reason, I was 100 in support of relocating that money, the $10 million that in the beginning they were talking about to do the new programs. And now they drop it to only $6 million or something like that in that Proposition E. Well, the people of Richmond need more than that. But I mean, to this point, because they already do these proposals and need to vote today, I think the E is the most accurate of what they were asking for and what the people really need in Richmond. All these members suffering right now, believe me. You need to really change and reimagine the safety, public safety in Richmond if you want to have a better city and less programs. And also the police.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Jonette Newton.
Hello.
Hello.
I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to share. You know, guys, you're leaders, and we are people. If you look at these numbers, you look at 40% of Richmond's general fund goes to the police. I mean, we have the data here. We have the numbers. 38% of the incidents that Richmond police respond to are health and disturbing related, but they cause more and more issues rather than help. We've got to help people. What is wrong with bringing people together and building the communities and recreating our villages? Because we're sicking one another on each other, and we're human beings. We're all human beings. We want to protect one another, help each other, create opportunities for people to get the help. So it looks like there's an option E that addresses this. And so I just would like to ask that you really take some time, put a team together and sit down and really talk about how the issues and how can we or you help to prevent more of these issues and help human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sonia Sanchez.
I tried to change it, but the actual name is Daniel Tinajero.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Well, so 62% of calls are low priority, which could be handled by community responders. It's more effective, equitable, and sustainable to have community responders respond to low priority calls. The average cost of an armed officer is over $300,000, including pensions, which is way too high. We need to shift these funds into community services that are centered in prevention, support, and intervention. So I'm in support of option E. That's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Justice. Justice? Hello? Hi, you can begin.
Hi, I'm a youth resident of Richmond, and I would like to support option E. I forfeit the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Mejia. Chris Mejia. Can you please unmute yourself?
Heard? Am I heard? Awesome.
Yes.
Good, Mayor and City Council members. I asked City Council to approve option E. I learned from my mentor, a very wise person. People hurt other people. Only heal people heal other people. With that being said, for this reason, option E shifts funds into violence prevention programs, health services, youth jobs, and homelessness issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kabir. Kabir, please unmute yourself. Okay, we'll come back. Our next speaker is Sunflower Alliance, and please state your name for the record.
Good evening. This is Janet Johnson, a longtime Richmond resident, a Richmond business owner for many years, and subsequently a teacher in the school district. I am an elder, and I especially support and appreciate the youth who've shown up tonight and testified, as well as other residents who've shared their views and their pain with us. Many communities across the country are having conversations similar to the one we're having tonight. Thinking people in this country are grappling with the deep injustices committed against Black, Brown, and Indigenous people from our historic roots right up to the present moment, especially as pertains to the role of the police. What we white folks have learned from these conversations is that it's not enough to say you're not a racist. We have to actively support and get involved in anti-racist work in our community. That's why I support the amended recommendations of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force and Option E. There's profound structural poverty in certain Richmond neighborhoods. We have badly underperforming schools. We need investment in youth employment programs, health and mental health services, substance abuse, violence prevention, services for the unhoused. These are the measures that hold the potential to make all of us safe and make our community whole. Let's do the humane, moral, ethical thing here and pay it forward for our youth and for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kabir, and I will call the next group. Stephanie Diaz, Helen Burks, Don Gosney, Addie Teshiger, caller identified with ILC LT22, Ross Harris, Emily Ross, and Osmar Huerta. Kabir? Can you please unmute yourself? Okay, we'll move on to Stephanie Diaz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Stephanie, and I want to address my support for option E. 40% of the budget going to Richmond Police Department represents the priorities of the city of Richmond, which is to criminalize youth and poverty. I grew up in Richmond and attended schools here, and I witnessed firsthand how police do not keep youth safe, but actually criminalize and cause harm. I remember being scared to attend Richmond High because, all these things that people would say that Richmond High was a bad school and everything. But my first week of high school, I witnessed a student resource officer tackle a Black student. And over the years in high school, they would criminalize and harass my Black and Brown friends, wanting to, search their belongings, saying that they were doing something wrong simply because they were Black and Brown. I strongly urge city councils to support option E. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Helen Burks. Helen? Helen?
Thank you. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Helen Burks, and I'm an educator in Richmond. I'm also part of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. Sorry, you can hear my puppies whining in the background. What I wanted to address was a couple things. One was just a narrative that I've been hearing of children being scared. And as a person who works with children every day, I wanted to make sure that the full perspective of youth was included, and also that we don't abdicate our responsibility as adults for the narratives we craft and the fear that we instill in our young people. So what I have noticed is that young people have fear of lots of things. A lot of that comes from what they hear from adults, and some of it comes from systems. There's been many times as an educator at the school where I work that young people have come to me scared of the police. And I think that we need to be really careful, because what we need to be looking at is a holistic view of safety that is going to include the police having a role. I'm a big fan of option E because it matches the recommendations that we have passed as the task force. I also want to show everyone that this option is not including harm to the current level of services by police. In fact, we're adding 500 youth jobs year round. We're adding ONS workers. We're adding support for mental health and for the homelessness crisis. And in the midst of this, I really believe that people's true colors are showing. Because if you have opposition to option E, at this point, it's not about protecting safety. It's about protecting comfort, the way of things that you're used to, privilege, and systems that were put in place by white supremacy. So I really want to call out everyone who said that they support these initiatives, just not funding this way, because this funding measure is not decreasing the level of support that we have from our police department now. In fact, it's adding in supports that I believe will allow the police to better do their job in the long run as we stop delegating public safety to the police and all step up and recognize that it's part of our collective duty to one another. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
We're gonna need a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30 to 11:30. I mean,
I move the motion.
Second.
okay, a motion a second to extend to 11:30. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
No.
Motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Mayor Budd, can I tell you that I am removing G25 from the agenda? This is the ordinance amending the relocation ordinance. It was pulled from the consent calendar. We won't get to it tonight. And the rent board staff that was going to be here to answer questions can no longer stay. So I'm going to remove that item and bring it back in July, depending on the availability of the rent board staff. I wanted to make that announcement. So if somebody's here for that and they don't want to stay, they can leave.
Okay, thank you for doing that. Okay, back to work here. Madam
Our
Chair.
next speaker. Yes, our next speaker is Don Gosney.
Well, I am just so tickled to death. You extended the meeting just so you could hear me speak. That's great. You know, we all know that before you even sat in front of your computers tonight, your minds were made up. It doesn't matter in the least what we say tonight. The deal is done. Nonetheless, I serve on the task force, but I'm in the minority because I don't believe that if we use police funds to provide an unhoused person with a shower or a toilet, that person is not going to break into my backyard and steal from me again. 7 times so far this year. I don't believe that providing our youth with short-term minimum wage job will turn their lives around so they'll walk the straight and narrow. Let's train them for a real career. Explain to me how providing the unhoused gentleman that came to my front door 3 weeks ago wanting to buy meth would have done something different if he had had mentoring available to him. I have never seen evidence that would convince me that the Office of Neighborhood Safety is the sole reason why we have less violent crime than we had at some other time. I also believe that providing help for the unhoused is the responsibility of the county and the state, and not the people of Richmond, and especially not at the expense of the public safety forces that can serve the greater needs of our community. By the way, for those speakers that challenge the need for eradicating the unlawful use of fireworks here in Richmond, I can speak with authority that this is not a victimless crime. My own home was set on fire twice in one night when fireworks landed in my backyard. The flames shot up nearly 30 feet. I was badly burned, and the damage and cleanup that has cost me more than $35,000 so far. I can't even get homeowners insurance because of the crimes around my home. I support a balance between providing police on the streets, investigative policing, going after the real criminals, and actually incarcerating them, not for being homeless or poor, but for committing crimes. Police on the streets can serve as a deterrent, but when the evildoers know that there's little chance of being caught, why should they refrain from breaking into our homes and yards, stealing our catalytic converters, selling their bodies on the streets, or selling their drugs to our youth? I stand behind option F as a compromise balance that will serve both the people who want to defund the police and those of us who think that we need an active police force to serve and protect.
Thank you. The next speaker is Addie Teshiger.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ade Tashagar, and I'm a community member of Richmond. I'm a resident in Richmond, and I'm also employed in Richmond. I am calling to support and to ask the council to take option E. I am a perfect example of what can happen when options are available in terms of resources, mentorship, and opportunities in the city of Richmond. A year and a half ago, I was homeless. I am now housed. And that is because there were people that put programs and services in place for me to have access for it. And all we're doing with these recommendations is providing access to the youth, to the homeless, to the mentally challenged, to the people that are on the streets, homeless, with substance abuse issues, with trauma issues, and that should be clear. This isn't a situation where you should say, oh, we're not supporting Bisa French. Oh, she's Afro-Latina, or she's this. That's not the right way to approach this. Ms. French knows that this isn't personal. This is about serving our community, and she also wants to serve the community. So I see this as an addition and as a way to help her and to meet halfway and to build bridges. To you, Maritime Butt, on your e-forum, you talked about Tamisha Walker, and there are 3 fraudulent information that you put out. And I suggest you either retract it or take it down, because there's some fraudulent information, and maybe you should fact check it before you print something like that. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next caller is, or speaker is identified with ILC-LT22. Can you please unmute yourself? Okay. Our next speaker is Ross Harris.
Hello. You can hear me?
Yes.
I support option F. I'm sure City Council has made up all their minds, but moving forward in the future, I would really love for City Council members to think about how divided this approach has made the community. I really, really would encourage you to think about how you've gone about this, the lack of input from the general community. Think about how much you've listened to the most vocal small group of the task force and those in the community that have like kind of the most biased opinions. This has really not been a good method, and I'm so tired of anecdotal personal accounts of people with the police. I've had bad experiences with the police, but what we need is data-driven approaches. We need to think about it in terms of like, what are the metrics of success, and like, what are the other cities who have, implemented these programs? Like, what does their success look like, and how likely is that to occur in Richmond? That's a conversation I haven't heard at all. I haven't heard the county and state be involved in any of this. I feel like there's probably some really dubious legal standings involved with like what we're trying to do, or what the city is trying to do. I don't know, that you need to think about this more. I think option F is the best option. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Ross.
Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross, and I'm a Richmond resident calling in support of option E. I believe that all residents want to feel safe, successful, and connected to others. Knowing that a large portion of our community doesn't feel safe under our current public safety system demands that we reflect on it and reassess. That was the idea a year ago when the previous council initiated the formation of the Reimagined Public Safety Task Force. My experience working in under-resourced local public schools serving predominantly low-income children of color in some ways parallel the decisions before you tonight. Through my work, I regularly interfaced with people in conflict, struggling with emotional regulation, and otherwise suffering the impacts of trauma. I saw both the constant struggle to react to crisis as a worker, and also the power of prevention through relationship building and targeted service delivery. By working in school districts, I also experienced ever dwindling public budgets that forced us to make difficult choices in how we utilize precious funds. When we reallocated resources from punishment and behavior response into proactive targeted service delivery, we saw results in improved academic performance and decreased suspensions that lasted for years. I bring up these data points as the last caller referenced data, and I know that the task force has taken a deep dive into data analysis. You have options for how to fund these carefully considered community programs, existing and new. Option E includes only a modest amount from the police budget without laying off officers. It was approved by the task force, who was empowered to do the previous phase of this work. I hope you support it too. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kabir.
Hi there,
Kabir?
can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there. So my name is Kabir Kapoor. I'm a Richmond resident. This is to all the people who've been saying they lived in Richmond for a certain amount of years and are opposed to cutting the police budget. Why don't you go look at the police budgets from the years that you were born or moved to Richmond and see what percentage of the budget the police were compared to the rest of the city, the services, the libraries, the parks, the recreation centers, things that actually make community. Then we must ask, why was there a shift in priorities? The answer is the racist and classist war on drugs, which has ravaged this country, especially Richmond, and been exported all over the world, propagandized all over the world. You hear about how the US is the world's policeman. Well, you look at what we do around the world, it makes a lot more sense. Look at Afghanistan and Iraq, Vietnam and Palestine, Guatemala and Somalia. And then you look at the federal budget and see how much goes towards the military and not towards social programs to help people. Now I want to make some corrections that have been errors earlier stated. The task force was not RPA appointed. It's extremely disrespectful and Demlis and JL. There wasn't an RPA majority last summer. There was a call for justice. Also, the community is not unanimous, so you might want to look at the definition of that before you use it again. We're not totally defunding, again. You're accusing the RPA of being like Republicans. Well, some of you sound like Republicans. Don't quote Orwell and then defend the police. That's disrespectful to an anti-authoritarian legacy and fighting against fascism in police states. And some of you still don't get it, that people don't feel protected by the police. A lot of people don't. They feel protected by their community, and the police makes them feel unsafe. Also, I want to wish the council good luck tonight with your motions and votes, and do it with love. Dr. King said justice is what love looks like in public. So make your votes with love. Take care.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marina Brown.
Good evening. I can only appreciate everybody's comments and respect people's opinions about what options should be best or what have you. But I'm going to state that it's easy to move funding away from the police department and, as you state, to invest in the community. I live in a community that is underserved, under-resourced. And on yesterday, we began the community-wide walking school bus. The route is absolutely disgraceful. What's needed? You need safety measures put in place. You talk about what you want to do with moving money, but at the same time, what about people that are addicted to violence? You talk about the mental health component. Why are you not enhancing the police department so they could have a mental health component? They could work hand in hand. I get it. Youth do need jobs. And I understand with ONS, I get that. I understand that SOS. I understand that all of these things need some funding, but I also know that the city has other pockets, other pots of money that they could draw from. Why would you actually decrease what we need for public safety from the police department? I vote option F. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, so I guess now we're ready for speeches from council members, and I would urge you to try to keep it brief. I think well, I know all of you know what you're going to do. Your speeches aren't going to convince anybody else that doesn't already have their mind made up. So I would urge you just to state your position and let's get a motion. Let's move on. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5 items left on the agenda, and it's 11:15 now. So I'm going to start. I'll start with Councilmember Jimenez and work to my right.
Thank you. I want to clarify some misinformed comments that were made last city council meeting in regards to the community crisis response proposal. The proposal is to implement a team that responds to mental health and substance use crisis, not to calls where there are shootings happening. Many people in the community agree that we need to have a better response to mental health crisis, and this is to make sure we send the right professionals. In fact, jurisdictions around the country and Contra Costa County are creating crisis response services separate from law enforcement. The proposal from the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force is to continue to reimagine public safety in Richmond as we have been doing for over 10 years. These proposals make Richmond continue on the path by creating services to address issues that will at the end make the city safer. As the programs will be implemented, we will be evaluating the police department work and the program's work to see how public safety is improving. I want to thank all of the task force members who had put in hundreds of volunteer hours to develop these proposals. Your analysis of 40 years of police budgets, 2 years of 911 calls, example of model programs from around the country, and other research is the way public policy should be designed. Your 4 town halls with hundreds of residents, your weekly public meetings, and presentation at countless community meetings gave the public ton of opportunity to be informed and provide input on the proposal. This is phenomenal public service. I want to give a special thanks to Tamisha Walker, who has been attacked vehemently by a city council member and the mayor, asking why a person impacted by the criminal justice system should even be in the conversation and participating in the task force. The attacks on her are to every single one in Richmond who has decided to change their lives to give to the community and stop the violence. As a former ONS director, Devon Bogan wrote, quote, "When one truly desires to live, better decisions are made, lives are changed, and conditions are created to help to transform a city," end quote. Safe Return, among other initiatives like ONS, was an opportunity for those coming home from incarceration to have a second chance. Many of the participants decided to transform their lives. Clarence Ford decided to go back to school and graduated from UC Berkeley with a master in public policy. Johnny Perez is now a boxing teacher for kids. Andres Abarra is helping people to navigate the health system. LeVon Bond is a case management coordinator for the city and county of San Francisco. There are many more people who have been part of Safe Return and have transformed their lives and are now creating opportunities for others to do the same. Tamisha Walker is the director of this amazing organization and has won awards from the San Francisco Foundation, won a Soros Fellowship, and other accomplishments. She moved to Ania because that's where she could afford to buy her first house. And then she was elected to the city council. Safe Return's office is in Richmond, and our city is lucky to have her collaborating with our community and city. This type of transformation for public safety is what we should be celebrating and expanding, not attacking. There has been a lot of misinformation disseminated by the mayor and the police union. We are here to say that there is not going to be any layoff, and in contrast with this proposal, we are adding more boots in the street by having ONS double their staff, supporting and working with unhoused residents, creating more jobs for youth, and creating a mental health crisis team. It is a win-win, and thank you everyone, and especially the task force members for listening to the community and working on the recommendation presented tonight. So thank you, and I will support option E.
Councilor McLaughlin, you're next.
Thank you to the task force for your phenomenal work. Thank you also to city staff, including and especially Chief French, and to all in the community who have spoken tonight and who have played a role in this process to determine how to move forward. I want to start out by mentioning something about another city. Just yesterday, 4 members of the Oakland City Council held a press conference to share their proposal to shift $17 million from OPD, from the Oakland Police Department, into community programs. So our proposal, so many of us have this proposal as our preference to shift only $3 million from RPD. Now, I'm a strong believer of addressing the root causes of crime, which are a result of injustices and inequities in our system. Achieving systemic root cause solutions is the only way to truly achieve public safety. Now, you've heard how crime has been dramatically reduced in the past with so many of these programs like ONS and Safe Return and youth mentorship and job training programs. And it was the community that rallied for these programs, including our faith-based community. In the past, there were major community mobilizations, rallies, and marches, and because it was clear then, as now, that police of and by themselves cannot keep us safe. We need to reduce the despair and desperation that too often leads to crime by providing opportunities. And this And today we have an opportunity to create a bit more balance in our city budget with 4 recommendations from the task force. ONS, youth job programs, mental health team, and interventions for our unhoused population. Now, mental health and calls for to help the unhoused do not need to happen through RPD. Our community will be far better served if a mental health team addresses mental health calls, and of course, calls to address situations at homeless encampments don't need a police response. We have a wonderful organization working in the city called SOS, Safe Organized Spaces, that has a streets team approach to responding to homeless situations. Now, all these programs will take some pressure off of RPD so they can focus on real crimes of various nature, from violent crimes to property crimes to other crimes that require a police response. And overall, the police's scope of work will be smaller. But of course, for all the major work that will continue, we want our police force to continue to engage with the community and build healthy and productive relationships. I support option E that simply reduces the police department not by 10 million, but by 3 million. It rebalances our budget a bit, with RPD still getting the bulk of our budget. And no RPD officers will be laid off. Some vacancies will not be filled, but they are not filled now, nor have they been filled over the course of the past year. It's also important to state that when officers retire, the police chief will fill those positions. Right now, I understand from Chief French that there are 25 officers on medical leave, and she expects about half of them to retire. We want her to refill those positions and any other positions that open up due to retirement or resignation. So let me repeat that option E is not a $10 million reduction. It is a $3 million reduction, and no current officers will be sent out the door. I was pleased to be at many meetings discussing these proposals, and most recently at a neighborhood council meeting with the chief herself. And I felt we both showed mutual respect for one another, and I want us to continue to collaborate on behalf of our community. My biggest concern is that we don't implement root cause solutions, and as a result, have more crime. So I'm excited to get these new programs rolling, and also excited to have continue to have a responsive police department that engages with community, as well as responds to real crime and effectively investigates them. I want to also say that I am super excited to continue working on addressing solutions of our unhoused population. I meet weekly, sometimes more than weekly, with city staff and members of a subgroup of the homeless task force, because solutions are really needed desperately. There is a proposal that the task force approved for unhoused intervention, and it has 3 parts. the scattered sites plan, a transitional village, and the streets team's approach to serving the unhoused and helping them address their needs. I also want to say that there is no other organization but SOS Richmond to accomplish this. The scattered sites model can be an extended contract with Housing Consortium, which subcontracts with SOS. And then putting in place the transitional village and expansion of the streets team can be accomplished with a sole source agreement with the partnership of Rebuilding Together and SOS. Rebuilding Together is a leading national organization that has in-depth experience with transitional villages working in the Bay Area. They're partnering with SOS and will be setting up a Richmond branch. And of course, SOS is the only organization that has a streets team approach that can deploy teams for real-time response to the needs and concerns related to homelessness. Now, this work is not easy. For the past 18 months, they have been doing incredible work, and expanding the streets team is essential for helping our unhoused with service needs and transitioning to housing, to more permanent housing and transitional housing, as well as addressing the urgent needs and concerns that are prevalent in the evenings and nights when the county core mobile outreach team is off duty. No other organization can do this work, and no other organization has built the relationships with the unhoused in our community, nor do they have the skill set to build relationships between the unhoused and the housed and resolve conflicts that come up. Plus, SOS has plans to train and employ 60 homeless individuals with stipends. I remain committed to continue to working with staff and others to make sure contracts are provided to address this need of the unhoused. Let me see if I missed anything. We need to allocate the full 1.8 million, which is half of what the initial allocation was proposed by the task force. And of course, I want to state that each component of this program for the unhoused will go before the ad hoc homeless committee before execution. So let me end by saying thank you again to the task force and to city staff for all your work on these proposals. Thank you to the community. Option E is the compromise that we will all benefit from. I believe a collaborative approach between all these programs and RPD will be the result, and together we will make Richmond a safer and healthier community for all. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for engaging in this most important topic. It's a conversation that's long overdue. I found that people act from what they feel and that they construct arguments to support those feelings, picking whatever statistics that might reinforce those arguments. For that reason, I'm not going to focus on data that one side will accept and the other side will reject. Instead, I'm going to speak from my heart. What I'm hearing in these public comments are voices coming from a culture of fear or coming from a culture of hope. As Martin Luther King said, the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. This indeed is a moment of challenge and controversy. We have a section of our community wanting to continue to do more of the same, even as they love to say, if we do the same things over and over again, we should expect the same results. These results have not been satisfactory to most people on both sides of the debate. I'm a representative of Richmond residents, but I'm also a Richmond leader. As a representative, I should probably vote for option F. But as a leader of the Richmond community, I must vote for option E, because as Martin Luther King states, a genuine leader is not a searcher of consensus. He is a molder of consensus. So we are here to reimagine public safety, not to reshape public safety, to do the same things over and over again. So for those of you who are crying for more police, I ask you to invest in your community, to strengthen yourself with courage. In closing, I would like to echo Martin Luther King when he said, "Courage is the power of the mind to overcome fear." Let's conquer that fear, invest in our communities, and embrace option E.
Councilmember Willis.
All right, well, what I will say briefly is this is an important conversation. I mean, for me, this conversation has been going on for 8 years on what actually is public safety. And for me personally, I never really believed that police were the end all and be all when it came to safety. I always believed that deeper investment in the communities is something that is also needed for safety. I heard people talk about prostitutions and drug dealers, and what I see is folks that I grew up with who were in desperation and they had nothing else to do besides sell poison on the streets for their own bodies.
Excuse me just a second. We've got to have a motion to extend the meeting.
I'll move to extend till the end of this item and check in with the city manager about scheduling a special meeting if necessary.
I second that.
You second that, Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Okay. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes, indeed.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
Motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Willis.
Yes, they would sell this poison on the street or even their bodies to pay rent and bills and just to survive. When you feel like nothing else is working for you and felt completely abandoned and put into the position where you have nothing else to lose, where does respect and investment in maintaining safety come in when you're trying to figure out how to stay safe yourself? I'm glad the Reimagined Public Safety Task Force came together because it did speak to a deeper need on what is necessary in order to get public safety. Intervening in crimes before they happen, encouraging and discouraging people not to pick up a gun and actually paint a better path that's more than just the streets, is just as necessary as chasing the bad actors that are also keeping us unsafe. And the other thing that I would want to point out is I've heard a lot of quotes about what was happening in 2009 and the 90s and even now in the pandemic. One of the commonalities I personally see is financial crisis where people were brought to ruin, massive unemployment, lack of opportunity, homelessness, and people struggling day in and day out just to make ends meet. That is when I really see crime on the uptick. And when this pandemic happened, was the first thing I was scared of because I knew hurt people were going to hurt people, including myself. I was also at risk of being hurt by other hurt people out there. These programs are necessary. Police are not the end all and be all. And what I've heard today is multiple directions that don't require any layoffs and actually give us that investment that people have been talking about for years. It's just now become a realistic conversation that we get to make a decision on. And in closing, what I do want to say to everybody, to not downplay people's fears and concerns. It may not be something you want to hear. And yeah, maybe some of it is fear-mongering, but it doesn't make it any less true for community members who are thinking about the safety and security of themselves and their families. And we shouldn't downplay it. We should invite that conversation to continue and also make sure that we are in collaboration and putting them a part of this process, not pushing them away because they just so happen to disagree in the direction that a lot of us want to go. So I'm going to wrap it up there and thank you so much. And thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll see you at Juneteenth this Saturday.
Councilmember Bates, did you have your hand up? Yeah, there you go.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a correction. It was Bill Lansdowne under the leadership of the city manager Isaiah Turner who introduced community policing with the establishment of the neighborhood councils, not Bill Lindsley and Chris Magnus. That's a fact because I was there. Having said that, we have ignored the most valuable group and their recommendation with respect to the community neighborhood councils who represent the total community. These are individuals that have been out there day and night working with the communities, understanding their needs and responding accordingly. Yet they come forward with recommendations that are ignored in preference to a task force that was gerrymandered and self-picked. Some are not even Richmond residents. So that's really insulting to a very dedicated group of citizens within our community. There's an old saying that a wise man learns from the mistakes of others, yet a fool learns from their own mistakes. And I'm telling you, you're making a mistake in defunding this police department. I don't count the no's in terms of who comes forward on this council and say yes or no. But I'll tell you this, during my 4 decades on this council, I have never received as many emails and communications from individual citizens within the community that are taxpayers and voters that are totally opposed to defunding the police department. And that's a fact. And if all of you are honest, the emails, I'm quite sure, went to you as well. But yet you want to take the minority viewpoint and a few others and go against the will of the people who many elected you. And I asked the chief last week, who are the most, which group is the most group that's hurt in the criminal situation? And we find that the minority community, Black and brown, has the highest crime rate within this city, not only in Richmond, but Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, everywhere. It is the minority community that has the greatest need for police protection. And yet, 5 minorities on this council are turning your back on your relatives, your friends, your neighbors, and your constituency who put you in office. Disgraceful. So I know the votes are already lined up and you're going to do what you want to do because that's the RPA's process. But this thing is bigger than the RPA. It shows that this union, SEIU 1021, never once come forward to support the police as most unions do. What they're doing is they're creating jobs for membership and union dues. They did it with rent control. Now they're doing it with this task force group. And every one of these employees that you're going to hire are going to be members of SEIU Local 1021. And I ask you geniuses who want to come in and spend some $1 million plus on a crisis response, tell me and tell this community and your constituency, what are the duties of a crisis response group? You got about 8, as I understand, 2 supervisors and 6 employees. What are they going to be doing other than sitting on their tailbone, getting a nice salary? Just Answer me, Councilmember McLaughlin. Answer me, Councilmember Jimenez. What are these individuals going to be doing on a day-to-day basis other than picking up a check? So you've got your votes lined up. You're going to do what you want to do, but I've expressed myself and I will vote no against each one of those proposals that you present, whether C, D, or E. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your attention and opportunity to express myself.
Vice
Colleagues as
Mayor
well.
Johnson.
I'm actually encouraged. I am encouraged, by these last two comments. From the beginning, I would always mention how neither side will have things 100% their way. I really hoped, I prayed everyone would have come tonight ready to meet their fellow community members in the middle, but here we are. When I was running for this seat, I repeatedly stated how I wanted to bring people together, not be a part of a civil war, and get to the root causes of issues. Well, I've spoken to the middle majority, the mourning mothers, those who are looking for changes in our policing models, those who use police services, and those who have had police services used against them. And I'm with the majority, and we must all be losers because we're looking for compromise. The middle majority doesn't want the partisanship we see in Washington, D.C. to be acted out in our city. When former Councilmember Myrick and I put this item on the agenda, the purpose was to create a responsible way to transition from our current model to one more conducive with current public safety models. We didn't want to slash and dash the police department overnight, as the mayor suggested. We wanted to make these investments the right way. I'm listening to all of the comments of the two sides that have dominated the conversation from the beginning, and I agree. As leaders, we have to lead in challenging times. And so I want to attempt to bring everyone closer to the middle majority, and maybe even take this moment to try to lead everybody to the middle majority, if that's a better framing of what I'm trying to do, by making a substitute motion that we accept the staff's recommendation and move forward with option A, which will allow our staff who have to implement these great recommendations to adequately prepare for the future while keeping their eye on the here and now. Thank you.
I don't think we had a motion already, so
We did.
Is that right, Madam Clerk? Do we have a motion? We had a lot of speeches.
I did not hear a motion, but I did hear Councilmember McLaughlin said she supported option E.
Well, I heard four council members say they supported option E, but I didn't hear a motion. So
well, then I'll make the motion to support staff's recommendation for option A.
Okay. Is there a second? I don't hear a second. Did you have anything else you wanted to say?
I've said what I had to say.
Okay. Did I miss anybody? Any other council members?
I'm just going to say this anyway, Vice Mayor, respect one way or another.
So I guess that just leaves me. So I've already counted 4 votes for Measure E, so we know where this is going. But a few things I wanted to say. This is a very divisive issue, as everybody can see. We had about 60 speakers tonight. A few more were for option E than were for option F, but there are a lot of speakers in favor of option F. The Community Police Review Commission voted on this. They voted 5-1 not to defund. All of the neighborhood councils either voted not to defund or they voted for option F, all of them, including the Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council. There were multiple online polls out there on social media. They all pretty much overwhelmingly opposed defunding the police. Generally, it was about a 75 to 25 split. As Councilmember Bates said, I assume we all got the same emails. They were running about 20 to 1 against defunding. We had a speaker from the 23rd Street Merchants tonight opposing defunding. So I don't think there's any question that that probably more people in the city are against defunding than are for it. Now, we did have an option F that would kind of give you your cake and eat it too. It would provide substantial funding for all of these services recommended by the task force, but it wouldn't take them out of the police budget. So that's something to think about. Another thing that kind of got to me, I've heard this several times. There were several speakers tonight talking about the former mayor's effect on public safety, and she stated here tonight what she'd stated before, that she was personally responsible for reducing the crime in Richmond by 70 or reducing homicides by 75%.
Tom, I never said I was personally responsible. I always said it was a collective effort. So don't try and say that.
Okay, well, anyway, you were bragging about it. Okay, so
saying it was a collective effort, we should all feel proud of.
I'll take your characterization of it, but I will say you were bragging about it. But what I wanted to point out is that when that happened, Chris Magnus had been here for your entire term. He had instituted community policing in a way that was recognized nationwide. And in 2014, when our homicides hit their all-time low of 11, there were 196 officers, sworn officers authorized, 196. Now, after we make these cuts, it's going to drop to 145. That's a 26% reduction. So I know you don't believe the police had anything to do with reducing homicides to 11, but I just want to point it out that that when that happened, you had the benefit of a very large police force, maybe more officers than we've ever had. And now we're going to a point of almost less than we've ever had in memory. So I guess with that, I would entertain a motion.
I'll move. First of all, I want to say I have always acknowledged the police had a role, but it was not the full picture. The prevention programs were really essential. Now, my motion is that we adopt option E.
Okay, is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, second by Jimenez. I will make a substitute motion that we adopt option F. And again, I want to state why. It provides all the services that option E does, but it doesn't take away any police positions.
I'll reluctantly second it because I still don't see the need for the community crisis response and to spend $1 million on something that we don't know what they're going to be doing. But for the purpose of trying to move this item, I'll second the motion.
Okay, so let's take a vote first on the substitute motion. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
No.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
So usually I just shut up and vote, but I gotta say this: people have been othered, attacked, and mislabeled. Throughout this process, I myself have been called a sellout by men of the cloth, praised by those who have once cursed me, and I'm sure no matter how I vote, there will always be those who question me and my commitment to our community. However, I gotta stick by my principles, and I truly believe that option A is the best way to go, so I have to abstain from this one.
Councilmember Martinez?
So.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
No.
Councilmember Willis?
I'm abstaining.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The motion fails.
Okay, let's,
Okay, let me read the motions. We have Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt voting yes. The no votes include Councilmember Jimenez, Councilmember Martinez, and Councilmember McLaughlin, and abstentions are Vice Mayor Johnson and Councilmember Willis.
okay, let's vote on the main motion.
The next motion is by Councilmember McLaughlin and second by Councilmember Jimenez to adopt option E. Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Option A is the only true compromise for this city. I will have to continue to abstain.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Mayor Butt.
No,
The motion passes with Councilmember Jimenez, Councilmember Martinez, McLaughlin, and Willis voting yes. Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt voting no, and Vice Mayor Johnson abstaining.
so it's 10 minutes until midnight. We have 4 items. Unless somebody objects, I'm gonna continue them to next week.
Well, point of order, Mr. Mayor, my motion was just finishing the last item and scheduling a special meeting.
The what?
My motion for extending the meeting was finishing the last item and scheduling a special meeting. So we could talk about that right now with our city manager.
Well, we can talk about it, but I'm saying that unless you guys object to it, I'm gonna continue these 4 items. I don't care when we continue them to. I just want to continue them.
Mayor, it would be super, per the motion, if we could talk about a special meeting right now. I wonder, we're trying to get some answers so that we can bring a final budget to you all. I'm wondering by any chance if people might be able to meet Thursday evening.
When?
Thursday?
June 17th.
Unfortunately, yes, I can meet Thursday evening. Yes.
Well, I don't know. I've got an ABAG XCOM meeting, so I won't be there.
I won't be there.
Okay.
I have a training that I need to be my work.
Anybody else want to suggest a time?
Friday.
When? When Friday?
Miss Christian says she won't be here. Whenever is good for anybody. I'm good anywhere between 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. to start.
That's a really
do it
open
at
window.
Juneteenth. We'll all
I'm
be
trying to
there.
be flexible, cast a wide net, as they say. That's just a start time.
I can do Friday except between 3:30 and 4:30. So before or after.
So Friday, 5 p.m.
Friday
do it.
before. Yeah.
Friday when?
5 p.m.
We
No.
can't do it that time.
Wow.
Can we send out a survey?
What about Monday?
No one's going to respond.
That's sad.
Monday,
Monday the 21st.
Monday works.
Monday works
me.
for me.
Monday works. That is perfect. Yes.
Yeah,
Monday.
okay. So staff will make ourselves available. I thank you for that. Just know
Well,
that.
it doesn't work for me. I probably won't be there.
It
But
doesn't work for me as well.
Uh-oh.
Well, we have a quorum. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all.
Would we have a quorum on Thursday or Friday? And why I ask is, again, trying to get the budget together for next week. We wouldn't be able to provide the final information until shortly before the meeting, but we would at least be able to incorporate some information.
well, you guys do whatever you want to. My vote doesn't count anyway, so I don't know why I bothered to come. But whenever you want to meet, go ahead and do it.
I'm available Thursday.
I can, I would like us to do to work this out I think we should all be able to make it as best as possible. And this is, something that maybe having the discussion by email would help facilitate rather than right now.
So I'll be the first one in the morning to reply all with some suggested times. So somebody back me up, please, so we can get a chain reaction.
And I believe I would like to ask the city attorney if we can all be on an email
No.
because of just to schedule the meeting, not to discuss any issues. Is that acceptable or is that still Brown Act concerns?
I just said that.
My camera is a little messed up here, so sorry if I'm making everyone seasick. If it is absolutely confined to scheduling without any substance beyond scheduling, it's permissible.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'll send out an email.
Okay, I didn't hear any objections to continuing the last 4 items. So unless somebody has something else, I'm going to adjourn the meeting.
Just to be clear,
we
that
adjourn.
we may continue them to, if we can get the meeting scheduled in the near future, we may do that instead of continued to the 22nd. So continued, yes, but date to be determined.
Continuing date to be determined. Okay, good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Right.
11:54.